Good afternoon, councillors, and welcome to this meeting this afternoon. I would like to welcome you at this annual meeting, a bit later in the year than usual due to circumstances. I would like to welcome Peter Leonard, our Archdeacon, to lead us into prayers. Good afternoon, Peter, and welcome to our meeting. Would you like to say prayers for us, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. It's a real privilege to be asked to pray at the beginning of this meeting. I hope the prayer is useful. If you are a member of another faith, then please use my words as is appropriate for you. And if you are a person who doesn't profess a faith, then I hope that these words might be a source of useful reflection as you begin your meeting. Let's pray. Gracious God, we give you thanks for this island and for the community who live on it. We thank you for all who are prepared to take up the responsibility to serve on local government, especially during this challenging time for our country and our world. We pray for each one of them and for all who serve us on this island in education, law, healthcare, and the service sector. We pray for this meeting and all the votes that will take place, and especially for those people who will be elected to serve in specific roles. We ask that they would be given the confidence and courage to use their skills wisely and carefully to the benefit of all. We pray for a spirit of cooperation, a spirit of peace, and a clear desire to serve the common good, which is transferred from ideas and talk to clear action. May the abiding atmosphere be one of unity, service, and achievement for all. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Peter. Thank you very much. We can go on to the next item, which is apologies. I've received apologies from Councillor Tig Outlaw. Are there any further apologies? As far as we know.
I've been notified that Ian Stevens is running late.
Councillor Ian Stevens is running late, so he will join us, but we're not sure what time. He will join us when he's ready. I would like to ask my Vice Chairman, Councillor Shirley Smart, to take the chair so we can go through the formalities of electing a new chair. Thank you very much. Shirley, would you like to take the seat, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cameron. Item 1, to elect a chairman of the council for the ensuing year. Have I nominations, please?
Chair, at your convenience.
Thank you.
Can I nominate Councillor George Cameron?
Thank you. Is that seconded?
Yes.
Thank you. Have I any other nominations?
Yes.
Thank you. Can I know who the nomination is?
Who's that?
I'm sorry, we've gone dead, I think.
Vice Chairman, the Chief Executive, that was Councillor Brodie wishing to speak.
Councillor Brodie, you have a nomination, I believe.
Yes, Councillor Smart, can you hear me?
I can now.
Good, thank you. There was a dog, I think, barking somewhere. Item 1. Sorry, I only just got the message I could switch my volume on because, of course, I don't participate in Christian prayers because I'm considering them to be non-inclusive of the island community. I do wish to make an alternative nomination. It's a bit difficult because you're in the chair at the moment, Councillor Smart. We always used to have chairs for 1 year, and I have absolutely nothing against the way the Councillor Cameron has conducted himself as chairman of the council, but I do think we should revert back to having 1 year terms for chairman of the council. And therefore, I would like to invite you, Councillor Smart, to accept my nomination as chairman of the Isle of Wight Council for the ensuing year. And I seek a seconder. Thank you.
Councillor Judy Jones-Evans.
I would like to second that proposal if you would accept, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. Well, I'm very honoured. I was not advised that I was to be nominated, but having thought about the matter for about 2 minutes, I really feel that the stage of the council that we're in at the present time, that our positions should be coordinated at this time. I think in other circumstances, and I am very honoured to have been nominated, I would have accepted, but under the present position, I really think that our position should be coordinated. Thank you. Is there any other nominations? In that case, I have one nomination. I have Councillor George Cameron. I am advised that we need to take a vote on it, and I am advised that I now have to call the members of the council, but unfortunately, I don't really know who's present and who isn't. So I'm going to have to ask everybody, I think. Okay, Councillor Abraham.
For George Cameron.
Councillor Axford.
For George Cameron.
Councillor Bertie.
For.
Councillor Beston.
For George Cameron.
Councillor Brading.
Yes, for George Cameron.
Councillor Chapman.
Yes, for George Cameron.
Councillor Churchman.
For.
Councillor Hastings. Councillor Hastings. I'll come back to that. Councillor Hendry.
For George Cameron.
Councillor Hobart.
For George Cameron.
Councillor Hollis.
For.
Councillor Hutchinson.
For.
Councillor Kilpatrick.
For.
Councillor Mosdell.
For.
Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Elmer's absent, I believe. Councillor Peace.
For.
Councillor Price.
For Councillor Cameron.
Councillor Quirk.
For.
Councillor Tyndall.
He's having problems getting in, Chair.
Sorry?
He's having problems getting in.
Can he wave? No? No, okay.
No, he can't get in, Cameron, at the moment.
Okay. Councillor Ward.
For.
Councillor Whittle.
For.
Councillor Andre.
For.
Councillor Downer.
For.
Councillor Fuller.
For.
Councillor Howe.
For George Cameron.
Councillor Medland.
Cameron.
Councillor P.C. Wilcox.
Support George Cameron.
I don't think, is Ian Stevens here yet? No? Councillor Joseph. Councillor Joseph.
Supporting Councillor Cameron.
Councillor Love.
For.
Councillor Lilley.
For George Cameron.
Councillor Brodie.
Against.
Councillor Barry. Councillor Garrett.
For.
Councillor Merwell.
For.
Councillor Perks. No. Councillor Cameron. Councillor Cameron. Do you not wish to vote?
Abstain. Can I abstain, please, Chair?
Councillor Smart, 4. And Councillor Stewart.
4 George Cameron.
Okay, I will just inquire as to whether my crosses are here. Councillor Hastings.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I couldn't get the microphone to switch on. 4.
Okay, 4.
Yeah.
Councillor Nicholson. No. Councillor Tyndall.
Yes, I'm here.
Are you voting for Councillor Cameron?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens, no? Councillor Barry? And Councillor Perks?
Not there.
One against and one.
Did everybody make that 33?
Vice Chairman, if I may, it's the Chief Executive.
I've got 33 and I have got 1 against and I have got, well, that's it. Thank you. 33 for, 1 against and 1 abstention. Thank
Chairman,
you.
it's the Chief Executive. That's correct. We've totaled that up back in the office. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm so glad I've proved I can count. Thank you. Right, let's move finished, I think. I'll hand it back to you and say congratulations, but I think you are about to declare your declaration, Councillor Cameron.
Thank you, Councillor Smart. Thank you, councillors. Thank you for your confidence. And I am pleased to accept being chair for the next year. My signed declaration. I declare that I take office upon myself and will duly and faithfully fulfill the duties of it according to the best of my judgment and ability. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. I appoint Peter Leonard, our Archdeacon, as our to do our prayers for the next year. Apologies, my mouth is very dry. And I appoint Sue Morgan as my consort for the ensuing year. So that chaplain and consort has been nominated. If I could ask for nominations for Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. From Councillor Stewart, I would like to nominate Councillor Shirley Smart for the ensuing year, and I look for a seconder, please.
I would second that, Leader.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you very much. If I could read your names, and if you just say for or against.
Any other nominations?
Are there any other nominations before we start? No nominations. I don't think we need to vote on that. Come on.
You're on mute, Chair.
Okay, thank you. As there's no other nominations, I would declare Councillor Shirley Smart as Vice Chairman.
Congratulations, Shirley.
Congratulations, Shirley.
Thank you very much.
Well done, Shirley.
Then I think I would like to declare my acceptance of office. I, Shirley Amy Smart, having been elected to the office of Vice Chairman of the Isle of Wight Council, declare that I take that office upon myself and will duly and faithfully fulfil the duties of it according to the best of my judgment and ability. Dated the 16th day of September 2020. Thank you. And can I thank all members? I thought it was going to be a vote, and I thank all members for entrusting me with this job for this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shirley. Thank you very much. If we go on to item 3 on the agenda, which is the minutes of the last meeting. We all had a copy of it, and if we could have a proposer and the seconder. Anybody propose? Vanessa propose. Seconder.
I'll second that.
Seconder Charles. Are we all in agreement, councillors?
Yes.
Agreement. Thank you. I sign the minutes. Thank you, councillors. Does any member of the council have declarations of interest on any items on the agenda to declare? Councillor Lilley.
In the item of my motion about local electricity bill, I wish to declare that I am a director trustee of the Wight Community Energy social enterprise.
Thank you, councillor. Are there any other declarations of interest? Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Item number 5 is my report. I'm sorry, it's a short report this month. I literally had 3 weeks to do report on as I was away for 2 weeks and of course 2 weeks in quarantine. I would like to make a correction to the first line of my report where I welcome Peter Leonard as the Archbishop. That's a bit premature, but if you could change that on your paperwork, Peter is Archdeacon instead. But if there's no questions or any questions on my report, then we can move on to item number 6 on your agenda. And that's leader's annual report. The leader, you've got 15 minutes. Your report is submitted and people got 15 minutes to ask questions on your report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I hope you can hear me okay.
Thank you.
Members of full council and members of the public, I am pleased to present on behalf of the council our annual report for the year 2019 to 2020. This report reflects not only the achievements of the council under my leadership, but also our ambition for the year ahead, which is including continuing to keep our community safe during these difficult times, maintaining sound financial management, focusing on the economic recovery, and continuing to invest in the future of our island. The report also details what we have achieved during the year and our continued efforts to engage with our community. Each cabinet area is addressed and gives a comprehensive picture of what we said we would deliver and what we have done. I wish to thank all my cabinet colleagues for their commitment and hard work. Our successful Cabinet on the Road programme also continues as we maintain our engagement with town and parish councils as part of our work to ensure the health and well-being of residents across the island and ensure that is kept at the forefront of our mind. With a new combined fire authority being introduced next year, alongside our continued partnership working with our Hampshire colleagues in relation to children's services and public health, and a clear financial strategy going forward, we are well placed to deliver the ambition of strong leadership for a safer community and a sound economic growth. As an island, we know we face some major challenges ahead, not only to respond to the continuing coronavirus pandemic, but also as we face and address the wave of unemployment we can now see on the horizon. But I believe we can address these challenges, and we can also build the foundation for a positive future for our island residents, including our young people. As a council, we have shown that by working together with our community hubs and many others, we can protect the most vulnerable, keep our services going, and develop a comprehensive recovery plan for the future. So with a final word of thanks to our Chief Executive and his entire team of council staff, I present my report to council, and I am happy to take questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, councillors. I've got 15 minutes of questions on the leader's report and only one question, no follow-up questions on that. Could you please indicate if you want to speak? Councillor Garrett. Good question.
Yes. Thank you, Chair, and my congratulations to you and to the Vice Chair to your election to office as well this afternoon. A casual reader would look at the front of this document and think it was a report of the whole council. It is in fact just a report of 10 members, 1/4 of the council's membership. Is it not time that we actually have a proper annual report that covers all aspects of council business, its quasi-judicial activities, its scrutiny function, of course, and there are recommendations within the statutory guidance to local authorities about the reporting on scrutiny activities, and also on those matters which have not gone so well, because there have been things that have not gone so well in the last year. And I think an honest council would want to also discuss those in a proper annual report. Would not the leader agree with me that we need something that's a little bit more complete?
Well, thank you, Councillor Garrett, and I appreciate all the work, can I just say, you've done as Chair of Scrutiny, albeit I know you've decided to step down this year. I think you've shown yourself to be very fair, very in-depth, and actually very supportive. In my take on this, and members and the public will have the opportunity, if they haven't already, to view this report. It is a report on what we've been doing. I believe it's important that the community understand a lot of the good work we've been doing. It is always open to scrutiny to challenge anything in the report and highlight any concerns, as it indeed is in audit. But I'm not familiar with anybody that submits a report on all the things they haven't done well. But you may advise me that's happened elsewhere, I don't know. I'm very happy going forward to look at the annual report. And if I'm fortunate enough to be elected again, I'm happy to take that up with you if you're fortunate elected again, to see if we can improve the layout of the report.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Laura Peacey-Wilcox, you've got a question?
Yeah, hi. It's on Councillor Stuart Hutchinson's remit. I see that we're getting 10,000 less telephone calls, and my concern is, you know, what was those what are those calls around, and how they're being dealt with? So residents might be told to now go online and do things like that, but what happens if they go away, they can't be online? I'd just like to know, with, you know, who these 10,000 callers might be, what is the biggest concern, and how are we dealing with them if they've been told to go online but actually can't access it? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Peacey-Wilcox. I'll defer to Councillor Hutchinson, as it is his portfolio area, so that you get the best information you can. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, thank you, Leader. Thanks for your question, Councillor Peacey-Wilcox. We have about 600,000 calls a year to our contact centre, and we're happy to take every one, and we work hard to answer each one at the first point of contact. Obviously the numbers fluctuate up and down, and we certainly wouldn't say to anyone, you've got to use the internet. We do encourage people to use it if they can, and very often they're unaware that they are able to use it until our call centre people advise them as to what's there. So it's certainly not a policy to try and stop people calling us, but we are trying to improve our internet connectivity, and we have a project running at the moment to do that, which should bear fruit in a few months' time. Thank you.
Mr. Wilcox, you're right with that. Thank you.
Yeah, fine, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Julie Jones-Evans, you're next, please.
Thanks for all the reports from everybody. Interesting reading there. Obviously, lots of questions I could ask. I'd like to ask a question via the leader regarding Councillor Abraham's portfolio. We've got the current consultation, the white paper for planning for the future. I appreciate this report may have been written before that was published last month. There's some very concerning issues that are coming up in this white paper, and I was wondering if what Councillor Abraham will be doing to fight our corner with some of the proposals, namely, of course, housing numbers we're looking at, but also things like end of 106 monies, which, as we know, we do rely on very heavily for some of our inward investment on the island. Thank you.
Yeah, I can deal with that. Thank you very much, Councillor Jones-Evans, for your question. It's a very relevant and timely question, as you say, with the government having recently published their white paper. Councillor Abraham and I have already begun working on that, and you have to bear in mind this report relates to last year, so obviously that white paper wasn't there at the time. Having said that, Councillor Abraham and I have been having regular meetings with our planning officers who are already dealing with our response on the island plan and our evidence-based response to housing numbers in particular, which you mentioned. And also, we have had a number of meetings now with our island MP, Bob Seeley, and I think he actually has published today his part of what he's doing, which is in the public domain. And you're absolutely right. At the end of the day, we want to make sure we get the right homes on the island for island people, particularly in relation to affordable housing and our young people. And all of our work, both last year and this year, is now geared towards that agenda. COVID-19 hasn't helped, obviously, but we are on track to do work with that, and I will ensure you and other members are kept updated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Leader. Next question is from Councillor Love. Thank you, Councillor.
Can you hear me? Yep. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Stewart, for your report. I do have to agree with Councillor Garrett in his opening remarks. And you know that I will always look at these documents from an inclusion point of view. And I have to say that it is pretty much about a cabinet report. And I would actually rename this particular report the Isle of Wight Administration Cabinet Annual Report, because it's not inclusive of the wider field. But I do understand some of where you're coming from. What I wanted to do is very, very quickly focusing. It's a difficult thing to produce a report like this, and I accept that, because people are always looking for what is not in it. And for me, I was looking for the island deal and the local government settlement, particularly, which is not there. The only other comment that I'd really like to make is in terms of it's full of acronyms again. So who is the document actually written for? You know, page 6, IRNP, page 7, LAPE. If this document is written for the general public, acronyms should not exist in that way at all, because the general public will not be able to understand what that is about. But so I'm not going to say very much more, but I would hope that this document would come to scrutiny so that we could take a much more in-depth look at it at some point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
I was trying to work the question out from that statement, but I think I can do something which will help. So first of all, thank you for your comments, Councillor Love. One thing that always pleases me that you do take an active interest in the council's performance, etc. And this is a reflection of it. Of course, the island deal is something which we are constantly working on. It comes in many forms, and it would be right and proper for me to say, even at this stage, we are preparing our engagement with government. We're obviously in a little bit of a strange place because the fair funding review's been deferred a year, so we couldn't actually report on it, although we hope we're going to get some benefit in it. We are also engaging through our MP again with ministers, and I've had a number of calls with the then minister from MHCLG, so it's an acronym, and the Ministry of Housing and Local Government, and spoken with him personally about the fact that the Prime Minister undertook to deliver an island deal when he was elected back in 2019. With regard to your point on acronyms, actually, I have some sympathy with that because I do appreciate we often take for granted, even in the council, our own internal language. But to the general public, although I think we should give them more credit for their ability than some might do, some people may be not clear on those kind of aspects. So I think I'm happy to take that away, speak with the officers and make sure that we perhaps even have a little appendix at the back to explain what they are. And that's what used to happen in my previous role, because it is important that people understand what's being said. And so although you didn't ask me a question, I hope my answers helped.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. All our bandwidth is being used up, and we're really struggling to see everybody. Could everybody turn their microphones and cameras off unless you're speaking, please? And then we'll get a better reception that way. And then I will ask Councillor Murrell to pose his question to the leader, please. Thank you.
Leader, you mentioned the unemployment surge is on the horizon because of obviously the COVID-19. What is the administration going to do to reduce this unemployment surge, and how are you going to let the 40 members of the council know your intentions?
Councillor Murrell, thank you for your question. I just missed the very start. Could you just
you mentioned in your report about the unemployment surge due to the COVID-19 that's expected by virtually everyone in the country and internationally. What are we going to do as an administration?
Thank you. It's a very prominent and relevant question. It was mentioned as I proceeded in my report for that very reason. So we already started doing a number of things. The first, we have now had a recovery plan which went through our scrutiny committee last week and through the cabinet on Thursday of last week, which details the key areas we're looking at in relation to well-being and economic recovery. We've also undertaken some of the things we said to do. I'll give you an example. We've now secured venture keys, which is a very significant development for us. And I also know now that certain companies are now looking to work with us on the wider part of venture keys to invest in new employment in that area, which is going to start to offset some of what we fear is going to be quite serious. The other thing you will be aware of is coming into the new year, we have some major sporting events which we've been working very hard to bring to the island. We have the classic car race in March, April at Sandown. We have the Grand Cycle Festival in September across the island, which could bring thousands of people here. We have the Tour of Britain the year after, and we have, subject to community safety, which is #1 for me, we will have the Diamond Races event as well. Now, I've spoken to organisers in all of those events, and they're certainly keen to involve young people and provide employment opportunities. But I don't think during the winter we should be under any illusion. I am, like you rightly say, Councillor Murwell, expecting to see, in fact, we're already seeing our unemployment figures rise, and we need to do all we can and get everybody to do all they can to help those young people find employment. There's nothing worse I can think of than not having a job and not being able to look after yourself and getting into that horrible depressive position which some people can. So I think you raise a valid point. We are working really hard on this, and Councillor Hutchinson would elaborate far more than I on some of the work we're doing. But the most important thing is we don't take our eye off that ball. I think that's probably one of the biggest concerns we have at the moment here on the island.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. Thank you very much. Councillor Lilley, you are next to speak, but we only have 1 minute to get a response from the leader, please. So you can make that very short. Thank you. You muted, Councillor. Thank you. No, can't hear you. You muted yourself again.
It seems to be doing okay. Can you hear me now? In your resources, corporate resources, about the Isle Helps one-stop shop in County Hall reception. Obviously, the report was, in a sense, post-COVID. That one-stop shop and help was very important. You were going to expand to have a similar service in Ryde. What are the plans? Because obviously COVID blew all this out of the water, and people couldn't actually come face to face. There are many of our residents that need that face to face contact and the benefit of that one-stop shop. What's your views about getting it going again for the future?
So first of all, you're absolutely right. A lot of effort from this administration and the officers went into providing the facility at County Hall for the benefit of residents across the island, albeit based at Newport. Our challenge, of course, then became COVID-19 to make it safe. And we have to remember COVID-19 has not gone away. And everything we do now, and I know you at Ryde have particularly brought your own COVID plan together, which I think is a good thing. And we all have to come to the realism that we are still in the pandemic. If you're asking me what our plans are going forward, I would say as soon as we can, we want to continue to provide that form of facility. And I'm very keen we work with all our town and parish councils to give people the best access. But I would say to everybody, don't allow your enthusiasm for the access to blind your picture of what is actually happening at the moment with COVID-19. It's a very worrying time. And we have some very vulnerable people. It's a very difficult one, but I will certainly keep you updated, Councillor Lilley, because I know you followed that through.
Thank you, Councillor. That comes to the end of the leader's report and the questions. Thank you very much. We ran out of time on them. We will move on to item 7 on your agenda, on the running order. It's appointments, allowances and proportionality issues. I did send the email around this afternoon, around about 1 o'clock. Where we seek the Council's agreement to suspend Procedure Rule 15 for this item. It is because we have to find the happy medium. There's a lot of issues to be dealt with, a lot of voting to take place, and in order to make the running smoothly, that's why I'm asking the Council if you would vote in favour of this to suspend the Procedure Rule.
Chairman, before you do, you've got a procedural question from Councillor Brody.
Councillor Brody, you've got a procedural question?
Yes, Councillor Cameron, Chair. I'm afraid to say I'm going to disappoint you. I'm not prepared to vote en bloc for this under the paper that was sent out earlier on. I wish to raise something under members' allowances scheme, and I wish to raise something under 6-month dispension. I have no problem with appointments to outside bodies, and I have no problem with the latest version of political proportionality. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brody. I understand your concerns. We still need to separate out what we're going to vote on block. So if we take the two issues you have got concerns with, would you be happy to vote on that separately?
Yes.
And
Yes.
all the rest of them on block.
The other two, yes, I'm happy to deal with them whenever you want.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Brody. We will look at it that way.
We still need to do that.
I have.
We'll do those two together.
Okay, so the first thing we need to do
Councillor.
is to suspend Procedure Rule 15 on those conditions that we take those two items out and vote on them separately. I'm going to ask councillors for their agreement.
You just need to explain. Do you mind if I?
Yeah, Chief Executive will explain this one. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. What we're proposing is, because we've got a number of items to deal with as part of one report, we're seeking your approval to suspend Procedure Rule 15, which will allow members to speak more than once on the report, but only once on each item. So effectively, if somebody wanted to speak on the item on appointments to outside bodies and the members' allowances scheme, then they could do so under those particular headings. But we do need your approval as a full council to do so. So the chairman will go to a vote on that, if we may.
Thank you, John. Call his name out. Councillor Abraham, do you agree?
Agree.
Councillor Axford?
Agree.
Councillor Bertie?
Agree.
Councillor Brading?
Agreed.
Councillor Beston?
Agree.
Councillor Chapman?
Agreed.
Councillor Churchman?
Agreed.
Councillor Hastings?
Agreed.
Councillor Henry?
Agreed.
Councillor Hobart?
Agree.
Councillor Hollis?
Agreed.
Councillor Hutchinson? Councillor Hutchinson?
Sorry, I was muted. Agreed.
Does take a minute or so. Councillor Kilpatrick?
Agreed.
Councillor Mostow?
Agreed.
Councillor Nicholson?
Agreed.
Councillor Peace?
Agreed.
Councillor Price?
Agreed.
Councillor Quirk?
Agreed.
Councillor Tyndall?
Agreed.
Councillor Ward?
Agreed.
Councillor Whittle?
Agreed.
Councillor Andre? Councillor Andre, we are voting on.
Agreed, Chair. Sorry, agreed.
Okay, sorry. Councillor Downer?
Agreed.
Councillor Fuller?
Agreed.
Councillor Howell?
Agreed.
Councillor Medland? Councillor Medland? Agreed. Councillor PC Wilcox?
Agree.
Councillor Stevens, are you here with us yet? Not joined us yet. Councillor Julie Jones Evans?
Agreed.
Councillor Love?
Agreed.
Councillor Lilley?
Agreed.
Councillor Brody?
Agreed.
Councillor Barry?
Agreed.
Councillor Garrett?
Agreed.
Councillor Burwell?
Agreed.
Councillor Perks? Sorry. I agree. Councillor Smart?
Agreed.
Thank you. And Councillor Stewart?
Agreed.
Thank you, councillors. That's unanimous. It's only Councillor Stevens and Councillor Perks that's not here. So that's
Chairman,
all four that motion carried.
point of order from Councillor Brady.
Point of order, Councillor Brody.
Brading.
Yeah, sorry, thank you, Chair, and many congratulations on your appointment this evening. I just want to make a point of order on actually page 50 of the report, which covers the external bodies. Under Committee C, it lists a head teacher appointment as Mrs. Nikki Mobley of All Saints C&B Freshwater. She's in fact now the head teacher at St Blasius in Shanklin, and needs an amendment on the report.
Correct. Thank you, Councillor Brady, for raising that. We will change it for the record.
Thank you.
And councillors can make note on their paperwork as well for their records. Thank you very much for that. So the paper we are talking about, we're taking the first one, which is about appointments to outside bodies. I'll move the paper and I'm looking for a seconder, please.
I'll second that, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. So the appointments to outside bodies is the first one. That's on Appendix B.
Deal with those two together, the recommendations.
Who's taking 1 and 2 together? Right, that's it. Review of the political proportionality, of course, that's an allocation of seats on the committees. We're taking 1 and 2 together on that one. Any councillor wish to speak on those two items? No? Nobody wishes to speak on appointments to outside bodies or the review of political proportionality. No, you are. It's option 3 on Appendix B. That's in Appendix B. And option 5 of Appendix C. If the councillors could have a look at that on their paperwork. If nobody wishes to speak to on that. No. Okay.
So we
need a vote on that one.
So, Chairman, just to be clear, we are voting for option 3.
Option 3,
which is accepting the proposals in Appendix B, and and option 5, accepting the proposals in Appendix C, as were amended before the meeting.
As you got it on your latest paperwork.
Thank you.
Nobody was just. Councillor Brodie, you would like to make
that's
members' allowances is on the next item.
Yeah, after that.
Thank you. We'll vote on this one first, on these 2 items. So those 4, the first 2 items, Councillor Abraham.
Agreed.
Agree. Councillor Axford.
Agreed.
Councillor Bertie.
4.
Councillor Beston.
Agreed.
Councillor Brading.
4.
Councillor Chapman.
Agreed.
Councillor Churchman.
4.
Councillor Hastings.
Agreed.
Councillor Henry.
4.
Councillor Hobart.
Agree.
Councillor Hollis.
Agreed.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Agreed.
Councillor Kilpatrick.
4.
Councillor Mosdell.
4.
Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Nicholson.
Agreed.
Agreed, brilliant. Councillor Pease.
4.
4. Councillor Price.
Agreed.
Agreed. Councillor Quirk.
Agreed.
Councillor Tyndall.
Agreed.
Councillor Ward.
Agreed.
Councillor Whittle.
Agreed.
Councillor Andre.
4.
Councillor Downer.
Agreed.
Councillor Fuller.
4.
Councillor Howe.
Agreed.
Councillor Medland.
Agreed.
Councillor PC Wilcox.
Agree.
Councillor Stevens. Not here yet. Councillor Jones Evans.
Oh.
Councillor Love.
4.
Councillor Lilley.
Agreed.
Councillor Brodie.
Agreed.
Councillor Barry.
Agreed.
Councillor Garrett.
Agreed.
Councillor Murrell.
4.
Councillor Perks. I vote 4. Councillor Smart.
Agreed.
And Councillor Stewart.
Yes, agreed. 4.
That's unanimous of all the councillors that are here tonight. Thank you very much, councillors. And we're going to number 3, which is Members' Allowances Scheme, which is in your paper, Appendix D. Councillor Brodie would like to speak.
Councillor Andre was first.
Councillor Andre, you would like to speak on it first?
I would indeed, Chair. Thank you very much. I would like to actually propose an amendment to this recommendation. I think it's totally inappropriate, the situation that we're currently in with COVID, to be accepting an increase. I know that it was, as per the paper, at 15, it was actually agreed as an annual percentage increase. But I think in light of recent times and the fact that we're already halfway through the year, I would propose that we actually freeze the allowances for the years 2020-21, and I look for a seconder. Thank you, Chair.
I wish to second that.
Councillor Lilley, second that one. Anybody else wish to speak on that?
Yes, please, Chair.
Councillor Hollis was first. Sorry, Leader. Councillor Hollis.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Whilst that may be the view of some people. The work doesn't stop. Councillors, valuable councillors, put in a hell of a lot of work. I don't see why they should be belittled by not having the small amount of recompense that they get for the hours and hours of work and that they do. And many councillors do a hell of a lot of hours. In fact, I wouldn't say that any councillor doesn't. And I think it demeans the position. We've gone down this route before, and we have to attract good people. And I'm sure Councillor Brodie will agree with me that some people, in order, they give up a lot of other things in order to be a councillor, and it is a small recompense. And if it's recommended that we have an increase, or recommended it stays the same, well then so be it. And I do not agree with the proposal that's just been mentioned.
Thank you, Councillor Hollis. Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I respect the views of colleagues. Of course, three things I'd like to point out. One, any councillor is quite permitted not to take any allowance if they so choose, and they just have to notify Democratic Services. I echo what Councillor Hollis has said. I think he's articulated it very clearly. This allowance is not huge on any area. It explains to people that may be thinking next year of being a councillor exactly where they will be and what they will get. I also will be supporting the raise in the staff salaries, which actually is slightly above what we expected. But I believe that we should support our staff and show goodwill to them. I think they've worked really hard during COVID, and I'm just applying the same principle. So I will definitely be voting for this allowance.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Chair. I would oppose the amendment simply because one of the things that we sought to achieve when we linked our allowances to pay awards was to take away any political debate and tinkering by politicians with either paying more or paying less. We are fortunate to have a hard-working independent review panel, and we ought to follow their recommendations. Sometimes they'll be beneficial, sometimes they won't. But if we depart from them, then we risk getting into the sort of problems that Parliament had when they froze their pay awards for a while and started to fiddle the books by putting in all kinds of agreed expenses, which got to the famous duck house and other silly nonsenses. So I think we should always take the recommendations of the IRP and follow them and not allow it to be a political decision. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Michael Lilley, you are next to speak.
Hold on. Yes, sorry, I'm just turning on my camera. I wish to speak in favour of the amendment, but in the context that I totally respect my colleagues' views, Councillor Hollis and others. And actually my particular support of the amendment is to do with this current time. And I just actually feel at this specific time and within COVID and with the hardship that that's happening within our community, that we simply should just freeze the allowance until next year. I totally accept what Councillor Hutchinson says with that. I think these are exceptional times, and I think it's important for me personally, and I'm sure others, to make the sort of statement that we, to our communities, want to share with them, right, some of the absolute pain that they have. I mean, Councillor Stewart talked about, and Councillor Merwell, about the huge unemployment that is going to happen in our communities. especially after the furlough scheme goes. And I just feel that I don't see it as a political statement. I see it as a humanist and being a human being statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lilley. Councillor Mosdale, you've got a comment to make.
Thank you. I remember this discussion last year, and as many of you know, my friend Councillor Baker-Smith, who is now up in Manchester, she felt really strongly on this and gave a very strong speech of how she'd had to go and use a food bank as a councillor. The allowance isn't huge, and I don't think we should ever compare our own personal financial circumstances to others. We are not aware of anybody's financial circumstances within this council. We don't know those who, are struggling to actually survive on their councillor's allowance, and we don't know those who maybe, have a pension and actually make it easier for them to survive on it. We shouldn't actually be putting people in a position where we have to have that discussion. This was agreed ages ago that it would go up as an increase. But I tell you what, they haven't frozen. They haven't frozen gas. They haven't frozen electricity. They haven't frozen people's, bills that are going out. That amount of money that needs to survive. And I know I want more to encourage more people to join this council next year. I don't care what their politics are. I want more Labour. I want more Conservatives. But we need to make sure that there is incentive to people to do it, to give up the time that they need to do to be a really, really good councillor. Because if you are a good councillor, it's a lot of time and it's a lot of effort. So you need to have that incentive to do it, to actually, to pay for those as an allowance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Northdale. There's some good points being made here. Councillor Brodie, can you come in, please?
Thank you, Chair. I have got an alternative proposal to make after this, which is fundamentally different. I do think this is a bit of a populist sort of proposal by the independent group that I'm quite disappointed in. My old friend Councillor Hollis quite rightly points out that I have always argued that councillor allowances, the basic councillor allowance, is an important element of attracting people to stand for the council from ordinary backgrounds. Historically, local government was full of propertied classes, people who had money, who had their own businesses, who had successful businesses, went into local government. Working class people couldn't go near it. This is why payment of MPs was brought in 100 years ago, and why we had loss of earnings originally for councillors, which Mrs. Thatcher got rid of, and now we have allowances. Our basic allowance is pretty low for a unitary authority, and I think I've always earned mine. I don't consider it as anything other than replacement earnings. I always used my allowance when I was working to compensate for a reduction in my working hours, and now I'm no longer working, to allow me to survive until I get my state pension when I'm 66 in 3 years' time. So I will be opposing this. I think it's disappointing that the main opposition group can only come up with populist proposals instead of policy proposals and opposition to this administration. I think this is, quite frankly, a disgraceful proposal. You'll hear mine in a minute, which I think saves more money and is far more even-handed in saving money on members' allowances. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brodie. I've got two more speakers, which is Councillor Garrett and Councillor Barry, and then we will go back to Councillor Abraham. Councillor Abraham is first. Thank you very much.
Councillor Garrett first.
Councillor Garrett, you first. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I would echo the comments of Councillor Mosdale, and she gave the specific example of our former colleague Councillor Baker-Smith. I know myself that being a self-employed person, I felt that I could become a councillor by waiving time that I could otherwise work in favour of carrying out my council duties, and I've always felt it essential to make sure I'm allocating more than enough time so that I could justify to those people who have elected me the allowance that I've received. We must remember it's taxed and it's subject to tax and national insurance, so some part of this increase for those who are paying that will go back into the treasury and be recycled into the the public coffers in some way. And of course, it's always open to all of us if we feel that we do wish to make a donation, as I indeed have done a couple of times during this time, to recognise that there is a great need and great hardship. Then in some ways, actually, it would even be even better for councillors to make that choice and make that particular view known in that way. So the final point I'd come to, though, the whole point of having an independent panel is to take these decisions out of our hands, because eventually you end up in a situation where council has to take a very unpopular decision to rebalance its allowances, because in the end we cease to be inclusive enough to attract those for whom otherwise monetarily being a councillor is just beyond them.
Thank you.
Councillor Abraham, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I very much support a lot of the statements that have already been said. I think the problem is you do get into the realms of virtue signalling when you start to try and do, as Councillor Brodie said, populist measures. It's very easy to say that we will peg the allowances. What we don't know is everybody's circumstances in the council at present, and it does make me or give me concern when we have to set or confirm our allowances that it's in the political arena, and I think it can push people in very sort of it might make a very difficult decision, and it probably potentially could do them harm. When we talk about trying to get a broader base for councillors, I can't see anybody wanting, if they're in the job market, wanting to give up a job to become a councillor. You certainly wouldn't be able to live on the amount that we pay, and I think you have to remember that the job is only for 4 years. After 4 years, you have to reapply for your job, and you've got the biggest selection panel that you could ever wish to meet with with all your constituencies, and it has to come down to them. If they don't like the decisions that you've made, then it has to ultimately come down to theirs. But I will be supporting the raise in member allowances.
Thank you, Councillor Abraham. This has been debated for quite a long time. I'm going to take this to the vote now. Before then, I would like to welcome Councillor Stevens, who's just joined the meeting. Welcome, Councillor Stevens. Okay, so I'm going to take us to the vote. Those for the amendment on Councillor Andre's amendment, that's what we're voting for. Councillor Abraham.
Against.
Against. Councillor Axford.
Against.
Councillor Bertie.
Against.
Councillor Beston.
Against.
Councillor Brading.
Against.
Councillor Chapman.
Against.
Councillor Churchman.
Against.
Councillor Hastings.
Against.
Councillor Henry.
Against.
Councillor Hobart.
Against.
Councillor Hollis.
Against.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Against.
Councillor Kilpatrick.
Against.
Councillor Mosdale.
Against.
Councillor Nicholson.
Against.
Councillor Adlaw is away. Councillor Pease.
Against.
Councillor Price.
Against.
Councillor Quirk.
Against.
Councillor Tyndall.
Against.
Councillor Ward.
Against.
Councillor Whittle.
Against.
Councillor Andre.
For.
Councillor Downer.
Abstain.
What? Could you repeat that one?
Abstain.
Abstain. Abstain. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fuller. For Councillor Howe.
Abstain.
Councillor Midland.
Abstain.
Councillor P.C. Wilcox.
Abstain.
Coward.
Councillor Stevens.
Sorry, George. Somebody just called me a coward. I think it was Councillor Hollis. Could somebody? Somebody just called me a coward. I will not have that. That is totally get the monitoring officer in. I will not have that. Heard it, and it's recorded.
Councillor PC Wilcox, it was not me, and if you reassert that, you have a letter from the solicitor.
We'll take it.
Could we take this after a vote, please? We will follow this up. Thank you. Councillor Jones-Evans. Councillor Stevens, would you cast your vote?
I was not available for the dialogue that happened, so I'm abstaining.
Okay, thank you. We'll ask you next time. Yep, sure. Councillor Jones-Evans.
I already voted Councillor Cameron, but I'll reaffirm I was against.
Against. Councillor Love. Councillor Love.
Against.
Against. Councillor Lilley.
For.
Councillor Brodie.
Against.
Councillor Barry.
Sorry,
we're voting
against. You get that? I'm having trouble when I want to speak. What do? I'll keep sending emails and I'm not getting any chance. I've wanted to speak on the last two items and I've heard nothing. I've been sending John Metcalf more emails than I've sent anybody in my life.
You use this chat box, Councillor. Councillor Garrett.
Against.
Councillor Murwell.
Against.
Councillor Perks. Oh, yeah. I'm against. Councillor Smart.
Abstain.
Councillor Stewart.
Sorry, Chair. Against.
Against.
Right, we'll just tell them.
Okay, it's just been done up. So while that is been counted for us, Councillor Barry, if you move your cursor on the screen, it gives you a bar, and the third one to the right, after the red button, is a chat box. If you click on that, then you can type a message down the bottom there on the right-hand side.
I've tried all that, and I'm not getting anywhere. I'm sorry, but I'm not. Before the meeting started, I had Dennis in here explaining everything to me, and he went away scratching his head. My computer must be different than everybody else's.
So,
I just want to go somewhere else.
Good. The results of that is 3 for, 29 against, 6 abstentions. So that amendment falls. Now, we had a comment about Councillor Laura PC Wilcox. Is there anybody who would like to own up on that? We can't have councillors insulting other councillors or calling themselves names while this meeting is on, not while I'm chairing it. And I would
George, I hold my hand up and I apologise to Councillor Hobart here. I do apologise to Councillor PC Wilcox for that uncalled for comment.
Thank you, Councillor Hobart. Yeah, if we could refrain from comments like that. Would like
Sorry,
to.
It was muttering under my breath. I didn't realise I was not on mute.
I'm sure.
Beware of muttering things when you're not on mute.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Thanks for the apology. And I'm looking to Councillor PC Wilcox to accept.
Can I just apologise to Councillor Hollis? Sorry, Richard. Sorry, I didn't. I knew it was an awfully voice, and I'm deeply hurt and offended by Councillor Hobart's comment. Deeply.
Councillor PC Wilcox, I gracefully accept that. I apologise that I may have been slightly over the top, but I get fed up with reading things online which accuses me of things that I haven't done.
So, councillors, I think we need to move on from this one. It is a long meeting. Councillor Brodie.
Back to the original amendment.
Back to the original motion. The paper. Councillor
Right.
Brady, you'd like to speak?
Right, thank you, Chair. Right, I was going to propose another amendment. I've decided, having listened to that debate, not to, but I would urge anybody in this meeting who was subsequently leader of the council on May the 7th or whatever next year to reconvene the independent remuneration panel to look at the level of SRAs on this council. I was going to make a proposal about SRAs, but I've decided not to, given that these are the dog days of a Tory council, which with any luck will be swept out of office on May the 6th next year. So I will leave it there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brady.
Councillor Lilley's need to speak.
Councillor Lilley, you would like to speak?
No, I think I've already spoken on previously.
You're speaking to the motion that you seconded.
Are you speaking to the motion you seconded?
Sorry, we've already voted on that motion, haven't we?
Yeah. We go on to the number 4 of that item on that paper, which is approval of members' absences that exceed 6 months.
No.
Okay. We're going back to the original motion. Yeah, could you clarify that?
So, Chairman, it's the Chief Executive here. So we are now back to the original motion, which was option 7, to formally adopt the members' allowances schemes for the years 2019-20 and 2020-21 contained in Appendix D. That was the original motion, so we're now back to speaking to that motion.
Okay.
I think Councillor P.C. Wilcox is indicated next to speak.
Okay, thank you, John. Thank you very much. Councillor P.C. Wilcox, the original motion. Would you like to speak on that?
No.
Anyone else who would like to speak on that? So,
no, so we go to the vote.
We will go to the vote on that one.
So again, Chairman, it's the Chief Executive. Just to confirm, we're now voting to accept option 7 to formally adopt the members' allowances schemes for the years 2019-20 and 2021 contained in Appendix D.
Okay. Right, councillors, we need to vote on that, and I'll call your names again. Councillor Abraham, for or against?
For.
For Councillor Axford?
For.
Councillor Bertie?
For.
Councillor Beston?
For.
Councillor Brading?
For.
Councillor Chapman?
For.
Councillor Churchman?
For.
Councillor Hastings?
For.
Councillor Henry?
For.
Councillor Hobart?
For.
Councillor Hollis?
For.
Councillor Hutchinson? For. Councillor Kirkpatrick?
For.
Councillor Mostel?
For.
Councillor Nicholson?
For.
Councillor Outlaw? Not yet. Councillor Pease?
For.
Councillor Price?
For.
Councillor Quirk?
For.
Councillor Tyndall?
For.
Councillor Ward?
For.
Councillor Whittle?
For.
Councillor Andre?
Against.
Against. Councillor Downer?
Against.
Councillor Fuller?
Against.
Councillor Howe?
Against.
Councillor Medland?
Abstain.
Councillor Wilcox? PC Wilcox? Councillor
Against.
PC Wilcox?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens?
Against.
Councillor Jones-Evans?
For.
Councillor Love? Councillor Love? Come back to you. Councillor Lilley?
Against.
Councillor Brodie?
For.
Councillor Barry?
For.
Councillor Garrett?
For.
Councillor Mirwell?
For.
Councillor Perks? I am for. Councillor Smart
Abstain.
and Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, for the motion.
For the motion. Councillor Love, can we have clarity on your vote, please? No. Councillor Love? Not. So, I believe that one.
There's no responding, we've tried.
No response from Councillor Love, fortunately. What about that? That's it.
We'll do that one next.
That is 28 is for, 6 against and 3 abstentions. So the motion carried. Thank you very much, councillors. We go on to approval of members' absences that exceed 6 months. Option 9. Councillor PC Wilcox would like to speak on this.
Well, I can't see, you know, we do a major disservice to the taxpayers of the island if we're not able to attend. I can't think of any other organisation that would permit 9 months absence unless there is the exception of critical health. I don't agree with it.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else would like to speak? Councillor Brody, would like to speak.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yes, I agree entirely with Councillor PC Wilcox. I believe, as I said last summer, as people will recall, and it was never a personal attack, that if you're unwell and you're not capable of being there within 6 months, then you should stand down. And as it turned out in that example just over a year ago, it wasn't required, I understand, which I'm pleased to hear. But to my mind, we should not have automatic extensions just because of illness. I understand the issues around COVID in virtual meetings. I raised this back in July myself because I was aware there were about half a dozen councillors who were at risk of being kicked off the council if they weren't able to sign into that virtual full council. And the monitoring officer gave us dispensation. And he can continue to give us dispensation, whether it's the outgoing one or the incoming one. So therefore, I will be voting against this because the monitoring officer still has that dispensation and there is no need to give automatic extensions for illness for 3 months. People in that situation should retire from the council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brody. Can I begin, Councillor Medland, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I also don't see why we have to extend to 9 months. It seems extraordinary given the fact we now have these kind of new methods of communication that anyone should be out of council for 9 months. And I think also we have to consider that if it was a local councillor, then it would only be 6 months. And I don't see why we move out of line with our voluntary colleagues in our local councils. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Medland. Councillor Stewart, you're next to speak, please.
Can you hear me, Chair? Sorry, just checking. Yeah. So sorry, I'm just not, because I haven't got a bit of paper in front of me. But what I was going to say, I had to deal with one of these situations, as you know. I'll be very careful because I want to have a lot of respect for Councillor Merwell, and I know a lot of the background. I did not expect to have to deal with that. And if you had said to me prior to that happening, you know, 6 months and a councillor is stood down, I could see the logic in it. When I dealt with that situation, a councillor who has proved himself through the 4 years of council in an unfortunate situation, I realised the only way that we could keep him and retain him and actually give him the opportunity to come back to council, which he's done, was to bring the matter to full council. And I can recall doing it. Not everybody agreed with it, but the vast majority did. And it enabled that individual to retain their position as a councillor. And don't forget, these are people elected by their community who have made the decision to vote for those. And at the next election, they will do the same. and that then gives whoever's elected that right, in my view. So I am in favour of having a facility by which we can extend the 6 months. Because I haven't got the paper in front of me at the moment, are we saying extend to 9 months automatically, or are we at least keeping that flexibility?
Automatically. It will be automatically extended period for another 3 months.
And what does it stand at the moment?
6 months. It's 6
and
months.
does it take away my right as a leader, or indeed any councillor, to ask full council to consider an extension, or are we completely eliminating it by this?
It's not about questions. I think once we vote for this, then that's set in stone.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I need to say, really. I'll wait and see how the debate goes now.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. These situations are very rare. In the last decade in council, I can only think of one occasion when, for very good reasons, we chose to extend the 6 months arrangement. And I agree with Councillor Brodie, we can do that by dispensation of the monitoring officer, or if necessary, we can give a dispensation in full council. And obviously the circumstances would have to be exceptional for that to happen. It would be a long-term health issue or something like that. But we still have the ability in the circumstances to extend it. I don't think, because it is so rare, that we need to put in a blanket 9 months capacity. So I would vote against that.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. Could I bring in Councillor Howe, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I must say that I was one of these people that was in that position some years ago when I had an abscess on my back and I was in hospital for a long period of time. And I think that Mr. Brodie, Councillor Brodie, might have a good idea that maybe one day he may be in that position. And I'm sure that Councillor Brodie would be only too pleased to resign if he ended up in hospital and wasn't able to get into council. I'm sure that he'll be only too pleased to do it, but I was very helped by my fellow councillors who supported me, and as soon as I was able to get back, I got back. So, Chairman, I'm against. I think that there should be it should be checked by the leader of the council to whether he supported people and whether they're trying to pull the wool over somebody's eyes or whether they actually got a problem. And I think the investigation should be done by the Chief Executive and the leader of the council. Thank you.
I think it's good to have a different point of view from what it's like to be in that position. And then I will bring in Councillor Murwell, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
From my point of view, I would never wish anything like that to happen to anyone that I know last year, whether they be friend or foe. When it comes to councillors, I think I agree with Councillor Howe and saying that maybe an individual, an officer, can review the situation and decide. And I don't think there should be an automatic 3 months extension from 6 to 9 months. I think it should be reviewed case by case. And that's my honest view. And from
thank you.
What I've been through.
Again, it's good to hear a different version, and like they say in planning, each case on its own merits. Can I bring in Councillor Fuller, please?
Thank you. And it's good to see Michael back. Yes, from my point of view, I've been ill as well. I've spent 3 months ill where I was unable to talk for a while, and that was absolutely devastating. But the fact that I knew I had to get back to the Isle of Wight Council and my town and parish councils just made me stronger and get back to the road of recovery. So, you know, as far as I'm concerned, 6 months is fine, but if exceptional circumstances apply, and it must be exceptional, then that should be considered by the leader of the council and the chief executive. From my point of view, one of my predecessors in one of my wards had a stroke, and he was unable to represent his community, and it was very, very difficult for him because he had to communicate his views on behalf of my local resident or local residents in Gurnard in the past, and it was very, very difficult. The gentleman concerned had a stroke, and he wasn't able to do the work that his electors wanted him to, and certainly I think in Michael's case it was fantastic because we had Super Councillor Brian Tyndall on hand to be able to support him. But when you're a councillor, you're working on your own in your own ward, it makes that job much more difficult. And that is why I would like to have the forbearance of the chief executive on extending that 6 months if needs but must. And it is great to see Michael back on the council again, and he looks fairly well recovered. So well done, Michael. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fuller. I'm going to take 3 more, and then we've debated enough. Councillor Garrett is next, and then Councillor Abraham, and then Councillor Stevens. In that order, if you could quickly put your comments in, please.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues have already outlined that provisions are in place for us to deal with anything extraordinary, so I don't think this in any way is required. What I am concerned about is once we start doing this sort of thing, that we might end up setting precedents. I know it's saying very specifically around the COVID-19 restrictions, but the beginning of setting a precedent that we might automatically extend what law allows for from 6 to 9 months is one we should avoid. And I'll give you an example. I sat on a council where sadly a member of my own group willfully stayed away from the council. Once you set a precedent that a person might actually be able to exploit that to 9 months, we're in very dangerous territory. The law has rightly set 6 months as a reasonable period, and that's reflected in employment laws as well. Some of us may have experienced situations in our lives where we have had to be absent from our own workplaces for 6 months. We all know each other. We all know what might be the circumstances. We will all be sympathetic if it should come to full council, but I think it's right as a body of people that we make that decision actively rather than give this carte blanche. So I think the best thing is that actually this recommendation be not moved, and therefore we don't have to have a vote on it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Abraham.
Yes, I would agree with what Councillor Garrett said. I think it's unfortunate this has come forward tonight because I think the rules are there to be for a very good reason, and I think that what we have has worked is very, very rarely used, and it would be better that we actually stick with I think what we've got rather than try to say that anybody can be off for 9 months. You know, it comes through, and the majority of councillors have always been very sympathetic.
Thank you, Councillor. That's very helpful. We've been asked to go to the vote by Councillor Mosdale, so I think it's been discussed enough. We will vote on this now, please. Thank you. Those councillors in favour of this proposal, Councillor Abraham. Yes. Councillor Axford.
Again.
Councillor Bertie.
Again.
Councillor Beston.
Again.
Councillor Brading.
Again.
Councillor Chapman.
Again.
Councillor Churchman.
Again.
Councillor Hastings.
Against.
Councillor Henry.
Against.
Councillor Hobart.
Against.
Councillor Hollis.
Against.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Against.
Councillor Kilpatrick.
Against.
Councillor Mosdale.
Against.
Councillor Nicholson.
Against.
Councillor Peace.
Against.
Councillor Price.
Against.
Councillor Quirk.
Against.
Councillor Tyndall.
Against.
Councillor Whittle. Councillor Ward.
Against.
And Councillor Whittle. Councillor Whittle?
Against, can you hear me?
That's it. Councillor Andre?
Again.
Not last night, darling.
Councillor Downer?
Against.
Councillor Fuller?
Against.
Councillor Howe?
Against.
Councillor Medland?
Against.
Councillor Peacey Wilcox?
Against.
Councillor Stevens?
Against.
Against. Councillor Jones Evans?
Against.
Councillor Love?
Against.
Councillor Lilley?
Against.
Councillor Brodie?
Against.
Barry?
Against.
Councillor Garrett?
Against.
Councillor Murrell?
Against.
I'm against. Councillor Smart?
Against.
And Councillor Stewart?
Against.
That's unanimous, councillors. And that carries. Thank you very much. We go on to the next item, and I will ask the leader to put his motion forward with regard to the appointment of chairman.
Chair, I think this is in relation to the appointment of chairman of scrutiny, and I would like to propose Councillor Richard Hollis.
It's not the scrutiny proposal, Councillor Stewart. It's a different. It's all the corporate scrutiny will be taken after this separately.
Okay, my apologies.
This proposal for chairman of committees.
This is chairman of committees only.
Yeah. So this is the collective paper, if I can describe it like that. Can I?
Councillor Brodie, I'll bring you in after Councillor Stewart has put his proposal forward. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think I should say then, Chair, my proposal is as circulated to members.
Thank you.
Look for a seconder.
I'll second that.
Seconder, Councillor Hutchinson. Thank you, councillors. Could I bring in Councillor Brodie then, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's disappointing to me that there seems to be no attempt by the lead opposition group to put nominees forward for the positions before us on this proposal, excluding the corporate scrutiny, unless they're going to scupper my argument in a second through their leader. I do think that in the final year of this administration, we need some change on some of those positions, particularly on the policy and scrutiny committees, who fulfil an important scrutiny function. And therefore, I wish to invite the following people to accept my nomination for the following chairs of committees. If they decline, we can move on. But I think there should at least be testing the water of opposition with 8 months to go to the election. I wish to invite Councillor Andre to be the chair of the Policy and Scrutiny Committee for Children's Services. I wish to invite Councillor Lilley to be the chair of the Policy and Scrutiny Committee for Health and Social Care. I wish to invite Councillor Medland to be the chair of the Policy and Scrutiny Committee for Neighbourhoods and Regeneration. I wish to invite Councillor Reg Barry to be the chair of the Audit Committee. They're the ones I wish to make, the ones that all hold the council to account or examine what it's up to. You'll notice I've left planning alone, I've left licensing alone. So I'll leave it there. I'll be very disappointed if the lead opposition group decides not to accept any nominations, because I will be seriously worried about next year's May elections. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brodie. And do you have a seconder for that?
I'll second that. Councillor Stevens.
Councillor Stevens, seconder. We've got a couple of councillors who wish to speak on that.
I'll leave from my point of view and my input, Chairman. I think that Councillor Brodie has adequately stated the rationale behind the nominations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Could I just ask, Councillor Andre, Councillor Lilley, Councillor Medlin, Councillor Barry, if they accept these positions.
With pleasure.
Councillor Andre, you wish to speak as well?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair. Do I have to accept or decline before I speak?
If you just say, indicate if you wish to accept, please, first of all.
I do not wish to accept the nomination. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Medlin, do you accept your position as proposed by Councillor Brodie?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Brodie, for that very kind nomination. I'm afraid I see things differently. In my understanding, it's the opposition's role to nominate and to lead the scrutiny committee, but it's the administration's role to lead its majorities on its own, on the other policy committees, and I'm quite clear about that. That's my understanding of the work.
First of all, do you accept or not?
No.
No, you don't accept.
Thank you. It's not right.
I want to know for the moment. Okay, thank you. And Councillor Lilley, do you accept or not?
Sorry.
The nomination.
I wish to speak. Firstly, I don't wish to accept the...
Councillor, you'll get a chance to speak. I just wish to know whether you accept or not.
I don't accept.
Don't accept. Thank you.
The Chairman, can I propose...
Aren't you going to formally ask Councillor Barry then? I can't do what you say. What you say?
Are you accepting?
Of course, yes, I accept, yes.
Councillor Barry accepted.
So,
I'll give you a little resume later if you want. You want my election speech?
Councillor Stevens. Councillor Brodie, do you accept Councillor Barry? And
well, Chair, I've nominated him, so yeah.
And not the
second him. Yeah. So there should be a vote on him separately to this list.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Right, we can do that. Okay, thank you very much. So what we'll do then, we will vote on this. Just check this again. All the other positions, apart from the audit and corporate scrutiny. Is that right, Councillor Brodie? All the positions on block apart from corporate scrutiny and the audit committee, which is Councillor Barry, your nomination.
Yes, that's my understanding, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Right.
Sorry, Chair, could I just say, it does mean that I'll have to vote against all of them, even though half of them I'm quite content with, particularly in planning and licensing terms. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, yes, unfortunately. We're going to debate now, first of all, the original proposals. Does anybody wish to speak on all the positions apart from the corporate scrutiny before the amendment? Does anybody wish to speak on that, Councillor?
Yeah, I'd just like to say about the audit committee. Yeah. I've been quickly trying to think how long I've been on it. I was chair of it for 3.5 years, and I think I've been on audit itself without missing a meeting for something like, well, almost 20 years. And I thank Councillor Brodie for reminding me of that. And why shouldn't we have an election? I think it's healthy that the council does have individuals. I'd like to propose Councillor Hollis for chair of planning. I think he was a far better chair of planning than the present one. But the way you've got it all sewn up, it's just wrong, and it just ain't going to go through. I got no fear of waking up tomorrow morning as chair of audit. I know that, but why shouldn't we at least make the people out there think that there's some sort of democracy running this council and the island?
Thank you, Councillor Barry. Any other councillor wish to speak, or shall we take this?
No, George.
Councillor Lilley is next to speak. Councillor Lilley, you wish to speak on this?
Yes, I do. I firstly thank Councillor Brodie for thinking of me regarding health. I am a member of the Health Scrutiny Committee, and I actually, by not being chair on that committee, have a much more opportunity to ask the kind of detailed questions that I have been doing for some years on that committee. And I actually have to say that Councillor Nicholson has brought a lot of the bodies together, because it's like the NHS, etc., for actual detailed discussions. So I thank him for that, but I feel I'm far more useful being a very active and prolific questioner of detailed questions on that committee. I feel that we should have consistency during the COVID crisis, and that's why I feel that only posts where, for instance, corporate scrutiny and possibly audit, I'll go with that, where there has to be a stand down of chairs for various reasons, then that's acceptable. But at the moment, I think it's important to keep consistency during this pandemic tide, and that's why we should keep the status quo in this, and that is my view.
Thank you, Councillor Lilley. I know you're a very active member of that committee, which I'm a member of as well, and we all value that committee. Can I bring in Councillor Stewart, please?
Thank you, Chair. Could you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. A couple of points I just wish to make. First of all, I'm quite comfortable with the fact that there should be a vote on audit and corporate scrutiny. I would say, first of all, we have many competent members in this council. I do, at this point in time, think strong leadership and community safety are my priority. I agree with Councillor Lilley in terms of us wanting to have a consistent leadership approach at a time when we are going through this pandemic. I've told my own members, and I will tell Councillor Garrett, had he previously put himself forward to carry on corporate scrutiny, I would have supported it, because up until that point he had done a fair and open job, and we were comfortable with that. But he's chosen not to do that. That's fine. I understand that. In terms of audit, if members wish to have a vote on that, that's fine. I know where my vote will be going. But I think in respect of all the other posts, Chair, that we appear to have agreed, I would ask that they be dealt with so that we can move this paper on block, with the exception of audit and corporate scrutiny. And as the move of the motion, I'm happy to accept that.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. Councillor Andre, you're next to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I would hate to disappoint Councillor Brodie as leader, as he rightly says, as leader of the largest opposition party. I would like to thank him for nominating me for Policy and Scrutiny for Children's Services. I don't mean to be sound ungrateful by declining his nomination. I do feel, though, that this is not a time for any kind of political grandstanding. This is a time for us to come together. We need continuity. This is not the time for change of such crucial committees. Also, as Councillor Medland referred to, the Policy and Scrutiny committees with their current chairs, I do agree with that. There are some positions that perhaps on the appendix on the list that I would not be willing to vote in favour of, but it looks as if, apart from, I think, audit, we are going to be taking it on block. But I really don't think that at the moment this is the time for any kind of change in that. So thank you very much for the nomination. but I will not be standing. Thank you.
Councillor Midland, would you like to come in, please?
Me? What about me?
Councillor Brody after Councillor Midland.
I was before him.
Things up with Chairman, Jeff.
God. Sorry, I'm looking at my list. Councillor Brody, you can come in.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. It was ages ago. Right. Well, firstly, I have to say that once again, Reg Barry puzzles me as to what the hell he's doing in the Lib Dems. I don't think I ever disagree with Reg on most things. He's Mr. Common Sense, and he understands. I mean, I suppose at least he's got democracy in his party title, because he understands what democracy is about, and that's what I'm trying to do. And I'm seriously worried. I mean, I'm an independent. I stand as independent Labour now, and I have no intention of joining a political party again in my life. But what I've listened to from the independent group tonight, you know, the need for continuity, the need to keep consistency. It's almost like the beginning of your campaign to re-elect the Conservatives next May. And Councillor Lilley gave the most wonderful endorsement for John Nicholson. I hope you got it down, John, for his election literature next May. Really, if you have any aspirations, any of you, to run in this council again, or else just leaving it where it was that you ran away, some of you, 4 years ago, then you really need to get your act together. Mr. Pugh and Mr. Stewart are laughing at you. You're not prepared to offer any alternative. Little old me on my own is proposing things. Reg battles away as he's done for 30 years. Come on, get your act together. Some of these people, these policy and scrutiny committees are a joke. John Nicholson's all right, his is not bad. But the other two, they're a joke, to be frank, from what I've seen of them. And frankly, they should be about scrutiny, not about endorsing the leadership of the council, which is the way the corporate scrutiny committee has got in recent times. So I am very disappointed. I will vote against the on-block list. And I do think that Reg Barry would do a fantastic job on audit. And I think the person that I would be nominating for corporate scrutiny, an opposition member, which has always been the policy of this council, going back to, in my 15 years, Andy Sutton, David Pugh, Ian Stevens, Jonathan Bacon, and so to date, Dave Stewart. I hope that an opposition member will be supported. Thank you very much.
I have a point of order, Chair.
Put me up for chair of order. I'm not going to get it, but
It's Councillor Andre. Can I raise a point of order, please?
Yeah, but we can't hear you.
That'll do.
Councillor Andre, you'd like to say you've got a point of order?
I would like to raise a point of order. Councillor Brody said about the independents running away. I would like a retraction of that, please.
That's not a point of order. It's not procedural, Councillor Andre. Sorry. Thank you very much. Can I bring in Councillor Medley? Waiting a while. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a point I've already made actually by Councillor Andre, that you know, the policy committees, they should be with the administration. It's the administration majority committees. I do think though that audit is like scrutiny. I didn't mention that in my first comment, and I would very much welcome Councillor Barry becoming chairman of audit committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Midland. Can I bring in Councillor Garrett before Councillor Moscow? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. First, absolutely, I would support my colleague, Councillor Barry. He's for the Chair of Audit. I think it's better that all committees are chaired separately by people of experience rather than people being double-hatted, as seems to be the proposal otherwise. And of course, Councillor Barry has extensive experience in that role and would bring great value to the audit function. So I would hope that those on the virtual other side of the chamber would recognise here as an opportunity to put somebody with real skill in that position. In terms of the en bloc list, I will vote against it on the basis that I couldn't in any way say that vote for it, because that would be construed as having any confidence in the administration. I do not have confidence in the administration. Councillor Brodie has alluded to the way in which corporate scrutiny has run, and my style is different from others. But I've always been clear that corporate scrutiny was about scrutiny and not about grandstanding and not about just being an opposition cabinet in exile. But that will not stop me, and it has never stopped me, both as chair of that committee, speaking out against the administration, and certainly as an ex-chair, I will be continuing to seek to hold the administration to account and make those political differences known as we run through in the next 9 months. But certainly let us have that vote on Councillor Barry, and I appeal to those Conservative members. You would have somebody of great experience and knowledge there in that place, and he is worthy of your support.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Mosdale.
Hi, I think there is nothing quite like a willing volunteer that wants to do a good job. I don't know why people can't discuss this before we get to this point. That takes up quite a lot of this time this evening. If we'd known Reg wanted to be chair of audit a while ago, we could have had that open, honest discussion. I would be interested, before I went to the vote, on whether Councillor Axford, who is a very busy man and is also chair of pensions, actually wants to be chair of audit, because if Reg is as good as he says, you know, I'm taking that he is, then he probably would get my vote, because I do believe in democracy. But I would be interested in hearing what Councillor Axford thinks before I went to the vote, and then I would consider voting for Councillor Barry, because, as I said, there's nothing quite like a willing volunteer. Just wish we'd known before this evening.
Thank you, Councillor Mosdale. Councillor Stevens, you wish to speak? You've got 3 minutes.
Yes. Is my mic? I can't.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. I think for people to say that they'd sooner be a committee member than a chair, because they can do their inquiries and inquisition as a member, rather than actually directing things in the way that they feel that things should go, is a little bit of a misnomer. I think that what we need are chairmen who actually drive things forward, and I don't mind which side of the chamber that comes from, but we need to make sure that people sit on the committees, not just to question, but also have the opportunity to shape policy as well. So I'll leave that on, and that's a reference to Councillor Lilley. The other thing is, it is right to challenge, and it is right to challenge throughout, and I think we have done over the term of this administration at annual council. So it's nothing unusual. It's the way that councils do their business. And I just want now to move on with Councillor Barry and say that I seconded Councillor Brodie with his list and with the nomination for Councillor Barry. Councillor Barry's got an infinite amount of knowledge. He's he's a steady hand, and with his experience, I'm sure that he could do an extremely good job for the Isle of Wight Council and indeed the residents and businesses on this island. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens. I'm going to take this paper to the vote now. As laid out on your papers, with the exception of the Audit Committee. And of course, corporate scrutiny will follow after that, and then we'll be taking nominations for that as well. So I'm taking the paper as it is, with the exception of the Audit Committee en bloc. So those councillors who agree with notice put forward, except for the Audit Committee, indicate yes or no. Councillor Abraham.
Agreed. It's all right, you come round here, I've got
Agreed. Councillor Axford.
Agreed.
Councillor Bertie.
Abstain.
Councillor Beston.
Agreed.
Councillor Brading.
Yeah, agreed.
Councillor Chapman.
Agreed.
Councillor Churchman.
Or
Councillor Hastings.
Agreed.
Councillor Henry.
Agreed.
Councillor Hobart.
Agree.
Councillor Hollis.
For.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Agreed.
Councillor Kilpatrick.
For.
Councillor Morsdale.
Or
Councillor Nicholson.
Agreed.
Councillor Pease.
For.
Councillor Price.
Agreed.
Councillor Quirk.
For.
Councillor Tyndall.
Agreed.
Councillor Ward.
Agreed.
Councillor Whittle.
For.
Councillor Andre.
Abstain.
Councillor Downer.
Aye.
Councillor Fuller. Councillor Fuller.
Against.
Councillor Howe.
Abstain.
Councillor Medland.
Agreed.
Councillor P.C. Wilcox.
I don't know. I'll do agree.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Stevens.
Against.
Councillor Jones Evans.
For.
Councillor Love.
For.
Councillor Lilley.
Against.
Councillor Brodie.
Against.
Councillor Barry.
Against.
Councillor Garrett.
Against.
Councillor Millwall. Councillor Burks.
When is it going to come to the bit then?
Councillor Smart.
Well,
Abstain.
wait a minute then, will it be?
Councillor Stewart. 4. Thank you, councillors. Just waiting for the results on that. I'm not in. The results for that is 27 for, 6 against, and 5 abstentions. So that paper is carried. The motion is carried. Thank you very much, councillors. We're going to take the single item, Chair of Audit, and I'm looking for nominations. Councillor Stevens, you wish to speak first? No. Councillor Axford. Councillor Axford.
Yes, I'm here, sorry.
You wish to speak?
Yes, just 2 points really. I was first elected onto the old Isle of Wight County Council in 1985, and I served 7 long years. In those days, the council was dominated by the Liberal Party, and I remember welcoming people like Charles Chapman and Shirley Smart as newbies in my early days, and I was pleased to serve alongside them. But during those 7 years, when the Liberals were in control, every single chairman of the council and every single vice chairman of the council was a Liberal, and every chairman of every committee and every vice chairman of every committee was a Liberal as well. So I'm not going to take any lessons from the Lib Dems as they are now, the rump of what's left, as to whether it's fair to have a mixture of chairmen on committees. Having said that, as Claire has said, as Councillor Mosdell has said, I am very busy and I do chair another committee, and I would have no objections at all to Reg Barry becoming chairman of the Audit Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Axford. Councillor Brodie, you next to speak.
No, he wants to speak on the corporate scrutiny.
Corporate scrutiny. Councillor.
No, not this one, thanks.
I've got two for audit committee. I've got Councillor Axford and I've got Councillor Barry. Are there any other nominations?
Chair, I've indicated I wish to speak.
Councillor Steele, do you wish to speak on this?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This is in relation to audit, isn't it? Yep. I hope members can hear me. I just want to remind members of the journey this particular position's come along. So, following the standing down of Councillor Hobart from the cabinet last month, and he did a fantastic job for us in that role, and I wish him all the well. I also appointed Councillor Hutchinson to lead on our recovery plan, which I think is the most important piece of work, that and the strategic finance that we're currently doing. But this left a void, an important void, and I took the decision to invite Councillor Brian Tyndall to come away from audit and to come on to the cabinet, and this has happened. Now, this left a void. My first reaction was probably back to some of the earlier comment, and I think Councillor Mosdell has picked up some very interesting points here. Continuity, good experience, and drive to get things done. Councillor Axford is very humble in his response to you. People know he's been an accountant. He's done the audit committee role before. He is an absolute man of integrity. He's on committee already, so he knows the role. And I know if he were to take this forward, he would drive to get things done. And this is perhaps one of the dilemmas we'll meet in the coming months. Councillor Barry, I've got a lot of respect for Councillor Barry. We have a different political viewpoint, but he too is a man who has good integrity. I know that he's been on audit for some years, and I think had his name been in the pot prior to this meeting, we as a group would have had a serious discussion. What I've heard this evening is that Councillor Axford is happy to step back and enable Councillor Barry to chair this committee. Because I have belief in Councillor Barry's integrity as much as I do Councillor Adrian Axford, and I think both will represent this council well. I don't have a difficulty with that now, and I'm sure my colleagues in the group will make their own assessment. But I do thank Councillor Axford because he stepped forward when I asked him to, if we needed to fill that void. It was really important. I believe audit is a really important committee of the council, especially at this time when we're trying to surf our way through the financial tide that's hitting us in all directions. And as much as I have Councillor Hutchinson, I think I could comfortably live with Councillor Barry on the basis that he will do a professional job as well. And so Councillor Axford knows he would have had my support, but if he's looking to step back, then I'm comfortable going with Councillor Barry. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Stewart. I would like Councillor Axford just to reconfirm that you are withdrawing from this position, the nomination. Just to get
yes, yes, Chairman. Yes, Chairman, I will withdraw from standing as Chairman of the Audit Committee.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Therefore, we can go to the vote as we only have one candidate, and that is Councillor Barry for the Audit Committee. And I will run through the vote as we've done before. So I'll start with Councillor Abraham. Councillor Axford.
Oh, I didn't hear.
4.
Yeah. Councillor Bertie.
Abstain.
Councillor Beston.
4.
Councillor Brading.
Yeah, 4.
Councillor Chapman.
4.
Councillor Churchman.
4.
Councillor Hastings.
4.
Councillor Henry.
4.
Councillor Hobart.
4.
Councillor Hollis.
Against.
Councillor Hutchinson.
4.
Councillor Kirkpatrick.
4.
Councillor Mosdale.
4.
Councillor Nicholson.
4.
Councillor Pease.
4.
Councillor Price.
4.
Councillor Quirk.
4.
Councillor Tyndall.
4.
Councillor Ward.
4.
Councillor Whittle.
4.
Councillor Andre.
4.
Councillor Downer.
Garrett.
4.
Councillor Fuller.
4.
Councillor Howe.
4.
Councillor Medland.
4.
Councillor PC Wilcox.
Fully support.
Councillor Stevens.
4.
Councillor Jones Evans.
4.
Councillor Love.
Absolutely 4.
Councillor Lilley.
4.
Councillor Brodie.
4.
Councillor Barry.
4.
Right. Councillor Garrett.
Absolutely 4.
Councillor Muriel.
4.
Councillor Perks. Yeah. Armed 4. Councillor Smart. And Councillor Stewart. 4. That's it. 4. That's 4, yeah, because your microphone is muted. Okay.
Click it.
4. Thank you, councillors. Thanks, Marie. Thank you, councillors. 36 for, 1 abstention and 1 against. Thank you very much. Councillor Barry, you are Chair of Audit, the Audit Committee. Thank you very much, councillors.
Thank you.
We're going to deal with Corporate Scrutiny Committee position, Chair of Scrutiny, Corporate Scrutiny. So,
nominations.
Councillor Brodie.
Thank you, Chair. The Chair of the Corporate Scrutiny Committee is an extremely important role in local government as it's constituted under this cabinet model. I'm very disappointed, frankly, at the way corporate scrutiny has been under this administration. For that, I don't blame the people who've been in the chair, Councillor Fuller and subsequently Councillor Garrett. I think they've been under enormous pressure from on high to conform. They will probably dispute that, but I believe they've been under that pressure. I believe that to be the chair of scrutiny, you need to be a reasonably tough cookie. I've been the chair of scrutiny on 2 occasions. Councillor Stewart has been a pretty effective chair of scrutiny during the independent administration. I've seen some good people. I've seen some very poor people in the past as well. But I do think it's important that we retain the position of an opposition councillor chairing this committee. Councillor Garrett has decided to stand down. He knows I've had criticisms of him. That's not with any ill will, but I just think that scrutiny needs to be shaken up considerably. I watch every meeting. You're never allowed to participate. I watch every meeting, and particularly now it has a Conservative majority, it may as well not meet. I'm afraid to say that there's been too much just agreeing everything, applauding the leadership, not really asking the relevant questions. And there are so many questions to ask of this administration. The floating bridge continues to be an absolute disgrace. We still don't know who's to blame. Was it the last administration? Was it this? Was it officers? Was it councillors? Was it Uncle Tom? Was it Auntie Cobley, or whatever the phrase is? That's just one example of the sort of thing. St Mary's Roundabout debacle. I'll say that as a Newport member. It's a debacle. Why are we wasting £9 million on that? These need to be looked at. I'm going to nominate a councillor who's only in his first term, who I think is prepared to stir things up. And therefore, I'm going to nominate Councillor Carl Love as the chair of the Corporate Scrutiny Committee, and I look for a seconder. Thank you.
Anybody second that one? Anybody seconding?
Councillor Stevens.
Councillor Stevens, second. Councillor Love. I'm going to bring in Councillor Andre and then Councillor Stewart after that. Councillor Andre, have you got a nomination?
I have indeed, Chair. I would very much like to nominate Councillor Michael Lilley. It's been an absolute privilege to serve alongside Councillor Lilley, but firstly, I would like to actually pay tribute to Councillor Garrett for his excellent stewardship of corporate scrutiny. As I say, it's been an absolute privilege to serve alongside Councillor Garrett. His attention to detail, his diligent preparation and his passion for his residents and the island as a whole absolutely shines through. He's been an excellent Vice Chair of Corporate Scrutiny, stepping up into the Chair's role with ease when required, and I fully support his nomination. One of the things I do agree with Councillor Brodie is that this particular chair of this committee, of all the committees, is absolutely crucial that it's the right person in the right place. And I think Councillor Lilley is the right person to the position. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Andre. I'll bring in Councillor Stewart, please. Thank you. You have a nomination.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Sorry, point of order, Chair. Do I need a seconder?
Sorry, Councillor Andre, you do need a seconder.
Thank you.
It's Councillor Garrett here. I would second that nomination of Councillor Lilley.
Thank you, Councillor Garrett. Thank you very much. Councillor Stewart.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I wish to nominate Councillor Richard Hollis for Chair of Scrutiny. As I indicated earlier, we are in difficult times. I didn't choose for Councillor Garrett to stand down, but he chose to do so, and I respect that. What we do need, in my view, is strong leadership. Scrutiny is not about opposition, it's about being a critical friend and working with the Cabinet and the whole Council as we traverse the situation we're in now.
Yeah.
It's not about confrontation, and probably that's where myself and Councillor Brodie would part company, because scrutiny is a council post, in my view, where whoever is in that position can do a good job for the island community, and that is what is important. And I have absolutely no doubt of Councillor Hollis's ability to fulfil that role. I suspect other group members will speak on it, but that is my nomination, and I look for a seconder.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. Anybody second that?
Chairman, Councillor Hastings, I wish to second that nomination. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hastings. I've got a list of people who wish to speak. Are there any other nominations, first of all? Councillor Murrell, you're next to speak, but do you have a nomination, or would you like to speak?
Not a nomination, I'd just like to speak. I remember 3.5 years ago, the leader said exactly what Councillor Brodie said, actually, that it was important to have a corporate scrutiny committee to have an opposition chair and majority. I hope the leader has not changed his mind, but obviously he has since his last comment prior to an election, which I think is probably the most important time to have an opposition corporate scrutiny in place. To be fair, judge, and a critical friend, as the leader said, not an enemy.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fuller, you're next to speak. Councillor Fuller.
Hello, Chairman. Can you hear me?
You'd like to speak? Yes.
Brilliant. It's chairing the scrutiny committee is not easy. Being a critical friend is one thing, but also challenge is so important as well, and it's trying to get that balance right. Although I've got a lot of time for Richard, as a member of the ruling group, I think that Richard could very well be compromised in his position on the challenge aspect that is so important for scrutiny. I'd like to also thank Andrew as well, because I think Andrew has also had to walk a very, very difficult line sometimes on trying to properly challenge. And I think when you're in a minority, as the previous independent administration was in. When you're in a minority, it's a very, very difficult call to do that. So I will be supporting Michael Lilley because Michael has had the experience, but I also like Carl as well, and I'm sure Carl also will do a very effective job should he be made chairman. And again, no disrespect to Richard, but I think at the end of the day, if you're a member of the ruling group, it makes that job very difficult to undertake. So respect to Richard. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Fuller. Councillor Garrett, you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Obviously, I'm speaking in favour of Councillor Lilley. Councillor Lilley has been an incredibly supportive Vice Chairman to me in my term as Chair of the Corporate Scrutiny Committee. He is forensic in his attention to detail, diligent in doing the research, and on those 2 occasions when he has stood in my place, one at very short notice when I had a member of family in hospital suddenly that day, was by all reports absolutely impartial and fair in his chairing. He has those skills, he has the background knowledge, he understands the role of scrutiny as a forensic dissector of what the administration is doing. If there's any weakness to scrutiny in this council, it is because we do not give enough resources to it. We do not have enough time allocated to it, and we don't give enough officer resource to it. The balance of resources is overwhelmingly in favour of the executive, and that can be understandable to a point, but scrutiny is a statutory function, and that is often forgotten, I think. And in the longer term, I hope there will reach an administration that will actually provide resources to scrutiny to do their job right. I do believe it should be held by a member of the opposition groups. It does provide a reassurance to the public who are looking in that chair is even more likely to not be dancing to the tune of any political group. That's a perception issue. It's not necessarily what Councillor Hollis may bring to the role. I think Councillor Barry's recommendation of him as a chair of planning might have been a more suitable nomination in this case, but certainly Councillor Lilley would provide an excellent choice for your chair of corporate scrutiny, and I hope that members across the chamber, virtually of course, will recognise that and follow through on that.
Thank you, Councillor Garrett. If I bring in Councillor Mostel first. Thank you.
Thank you. So I can tell you now that my vote will be going to Councillor Hollis, and it's not because of who I feel should be opposition or whoever leading scrutiny. I think it has a job of critical friend. I think if any of you have ever heard the power and the conviction that Councillor Hollis speaks with, then we know that he will be that critical friend. Some of the issues raised about the floating bridge, if anybody thinks that Councillor Hollis isn't going to try and get to the bottom of what happened with the floating bridge, they've got another thing coming. You know, I've heard him banging on about it before he got re-elected. I've also watched meetings when there's Newport Parish Parish Council, and I've seen how well Councillor Hollis works with Councillor Brodie. So I've seen those other sides of when they would challenge each other in this type of debate, but when they also work together as well. So for me, that shows that someone can work collaboratively. The most important thing about scrutiny is being that critical friend. I have to say I will not be voting for Councillor Lilley. The reasons I won't be voting for Councillor Lilley is because he's changed his group ever since he joined this council. He was a Green, then he was an independent Green. But mostly, and what's most important to me, is the way that Councillor Brodie and Councillor Lilley worked really well together as their own group. I think it was called the 1957 group. There is something that leaves a bad taste in my mouth when a group separates because someone still wants a seat on scrutiny, and that's why that group broke down. So for me, I'll be voting for Councillor Hollis because I think there is a case of sometimes you can want things too badly and you don't do that to your colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mostel. You did point out some valuable points there. Can I bring in Councillor Bertie, please? Councillor Bertie. Just unmute yourself again. Try it again. That's it. No. Do you want to do it, Simon? Oh, you can't. You need to unmute yourself.
I know.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. We got you.
Right.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Try it the third time. I agree with Councillor Brodie. I think Carl Love has done an incredible job in his first term. He represents the people of East Cowes on an incredible basis, and I would certainly have no objections to him heading up any committee of which he would choose. However, Councillor Brodie also said that to be the chair of scrutiny, you have to have a thick skin. And I don't know a rhinoceros with thicker skin than Richard Hollis. And I can tell you, whether he's a Conservative or not, I've been to many meetings with Richard Hollis, and he never, ever dances to the tune of someone else's fiddle. He dances to his own tune, and he would make an incredible chairman of scrutiny night, and I will give him my full support.
Thank you, Councillor Brodie. I've got a list of councillors that wish to speak, so if you keep it very short, I don't want to stifle debate at the same time. Councillor Hastings, you seconded Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'm. Oh, let me put my camera on as well. I am very happy to second Councillor Hollis. Firstly, I would like to say my gratitude to Councillor Garrett for the period of time that he has chaired. It was either while I was on the committee or there as a cabinet member. I think he did a good job in that. But as he doesn't want to continue with the role, we are where we are. There are other nominations, and I would I'd have found it tough to choose between the others, but I would have had to choose, and I think they equally would have done quite a good job. However, we now have a new name in the hat as far as I'm concerned. Councillor Hollis is streets ahead, and for the reasons that other members, opposition members, have said. Firm but fair, tough cookie, right person, right place, thick skin. I think all of those things do apply to Councillor Hollis, and he will do an exceedingly good job. He's got the experience to go with it, has the ability. He will chair scrutiny exceedingly well. So I'm more than happy to second the nomination.
Thank you, Councillor Hastings. Councillor Brodie, you next to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I've already commented about Carl Love, which is why I've nominated him. I'd just like to make a comment about each of the other candidates. I will entirely endorse what Councillor Mosdell said. Sometimes ambition can get in the way of political principle, and something that I can never admire. And that is the way in which, in my view, Councillor Lilley behaved on 2 occasions during this council. Councillor Hollis, well, Councillor Hollis and I very rarely see eye to eye. We have our differences. And if Councillor Hollis had been nominated for Planning Committee earlier on, he wasn't. If he was, he would have been one of those. I would have just said, yeah, I'm okay with that, just as I was with the team of Councillor Quirk and Councillor Price. Councillor Hollis knows a lot about planning, and I'm delighted to be back on planning now that I'm in a group with Councillor Stevens, and I look forward to having meetings with Councillor Hollis there. I know he's got a highlight rhinoceros. I know that. He's a bruiser. He's a bit like me, really. We're all just on the opposite ends of the political spectrum. But I just don't think he's the right person for scrutiny, which should be in the hands of an opposition member. Personally, I gave up on scrutiny. That's why I voted against reverse proportionality at the AGM, which I know Councillor Hollis did too, as did a few other opposition members. Councillor Stevens was certainly one of them. We voted against reverse proportionality because, frankly, we were getting nowhere with proper critical friend scrutiny. For the very reasons I outlined earlier, there's pressure from above. Obviously, I'm not going to say where, but I'll tell anybody privately what I think has been happening over the last 3.5 years. I won't vote for Councillor Hollis. I won't vote for Councillor Lilley. I do think Councillor Love, he's a real character. He's feisty. I think he's hard-working, and I think he'll give it a real go over the next few months. I think scrutiny needs to be credible with the community, and it's lost all credibility. I remember chairing meetings of scrutiny back on the last administration and in the Andy Sutton days, when there would be lots of members of the public there. People were interested. When we used to have real meetings, you used to go along and there was nobody there. It was just full of cabinet members and officers. It's lost credibility. People aren't interested in the committee. Therefore, I will be supporting Councillor Love. I've got nothing against Councillor Hollis. I think Councillor Lilley is being overly ambitious in going for this at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Brody. You're just on your 3 minutes there. Councillor Hollis, you're next to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm delighted. Well, I'm not delighted. I'm a bit scared actually to be referred to as a rhinoceros because they're an endangered species. But anyway, I'm a great believer in being fair and absolutely non-political when it comes to the roles that require that. And if I may sing my own praises, when I was at Richmond and Twickenham and chairman of planning for 3.5 years, the leader of the Liberals on my retirement said that I was outstanding. Why? Because I hauled everyone up who stepped out of line. But I don't think it's necessary. I have to say that on my time on scrutiny, I think Councillor Garrett has done a very good job, and he should be given the praise that he deserves. But I would be honoured to take over that position, and I would give it my best.
Thank you, Councillor Hollis. Thank you very much. Councillor Howell. Councillor Howell, you're next to speak.
What am I on? Sorry.
After Councillor Howell.
Sorry.
Just after, yeah. We're just waiting for Councillor Howell to sort of get logged on again. I'll take it, Councillor Stevens, while we wait for Councillor Howell to get in. As the seconder, would you like to speak, Councillor Stevens?
Yes, I would. Speaking to Carl Love, yes, I think that if anyone, and I mean that alongside Councillor Hollis, if anyone can get to the bottom and sort out what has gone wrong with the floating bridge, and it's in all our interests to do so, then let's bring it on and let's have scrutiny as scrutiny should be. And I think that that's one item that has really haunted this administration. I think that, you know, as everyone knows, it started back in the independent administration. Let's get it right, because we feel as the former independent Island Independent Group was the administration, that we did everything right and the procurement principles and rules were followed at that time. So I'm quite happy to move that forward. But Councillor Love gets his teeth into subjects, and I feel sure that that would assist not only in being a critical friend, but also would give us a balance and would also assist the present administration in proving that we're going out in search of answers as well as new policies to support the strategies to get the Isle of Wight regenerated and on its feet again. Can I just mention, so I will be obviously supporting Councillor Love. Can I just say, Councillor Hollis, he's a good choice, but he's on the wrong side of the chamber. I really feel that what we need to do is stick with an alternative chair and not one from the ruling administration. It doesn't sound right, and it doesn't look right to those people out as general public on the Isle of Wight. And I've got every confidence in Richard as well, but I think that what we need to do is stick with an opposition chair of overview and scrutiny, the main scrutiny group. So I'm with Councillor Love 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Jones-Evans, next to speak.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I think as a matter of principle, the chair of corporate scrutiny should be not of the May administration. I just think that's the way I'm used to things. And I think, in my opinion and my observation, that's worked very well, and I think it's healthy. So therefore, I will be endorsing my group colleague, Councillor Love. He has all the qualities that will make an excellent chair of scrutiny.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lilley, as a nominated person, I think you've got this chance to speak. Councillor Lilley.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just coming off camera. Sorry, on camera.
Maybe only got 3 minutes. Thank
you. I just wish to thank my colleagues that have nominated me. And I also respect Councillor Hollis and Councillor Love for standing. I do wish to sort of put in correct that when I have chaired things, and recently I've had to chair for 1.5 years at Rye Town Council, I have always been fair, transparent and honest. I think linking to private things in the private with Councillor Brodie and Councillor Modsall is not relevant within that. And at the end of the day, we all stand to our electorate next year, and they will decide whether we are a good, transparent, open and honest and hard-working councillors. And my residents and people of Ryde will decide that, not anybody else. So all I want to say is, if I am voted as chair of scrutiny, I will continue the hard work that I have put into that committee and work extremely hard with other members to get to the truth of the things that are put in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Churchman, you've been waiting a while. Thank you. You need to unmute. If you unmute, and then we can hear you. Still can't hear you. No. You can unmute your microphone first. Can't do it. He's still muted.
So go back to John Howe. And then
okay, if I bring back Councillor John Howe, we couldn't get hold of him. Then we go back to Councillor Churchman. Councillor Howe, not available.
Request to speak.
Yeah, okay, you may speak, Councillor Howe.
No, I didn't request to speak, Chairman.
You didn't? All right, your name was on the board. Okay, Councillor Churchman, if you move your cursor, you'll find a row of buttons and you'll see a microphone that's got a line through it. That's muted. If you click on that, it will unmute it. Okay, while you try and figure it out, I will go to Councillor Love, who will be our last speaker before we bring you back. Thank you. Councillor Love.
Thank you so much. I am delighted and thankful to Councillor Brodie and Councillor Stevenson for nominating me. And like many of the others here, I have chaired meetings of multi-agency groups and so on in my previous occupation and jobs back in Kent, working for Kent County Council. So chairing meetings is something that I can do very effectively and for the benefit of those who are participating. So I thank you for that nomination. I'm not going to spend lots of time here. I am obviously a new elected member in this last election, and so therefore the others, you might say, have got more experience perhaps in a particular Councillor Hollis in the long run. But I feel as though I can do a job, and I do very much believe in inclusion and representing the people that I work with and for, and so I offer you the option to vote for me if you so choose, and be a critical friend and do the very best that I can to support the wider context of the island and making sure that inclusion is at the top of that. So that's all that I wanted to say, but thank you so much for the comments I've heard, which have really made my evening. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Love. Councillor Churchman, would you like to try again? Would you like to try and unmute yourself again? You froze up completely. I just wonder. No, I've got Councillor Nicholson as the last person to speak. I will try Councillor Churchman again. Councillor Nicholson, you may speak.
Thank you, thank you, Chairman. And let me say that I would have no problem with either Councillor Lilley or Councillor Love taking this chairmanship. I've utmost respect for the pair of them. I've worked very well with them, and when they've been on my committee, which Michael still is, they are invaluable to the progress of my committee. However, I can say exactly the same for Councillor Hollis, and Councillor Hollis has already been said he's a pretty tough cookie. He is nobody's lapdog, and I think that for the issues that have to be dealt with in scrutiny, my favour would go to Councillor Hollis on this occasion, without disrespect to Councillor Love nor Councillor Lilley, whose input I value greatly.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to bring in Councillor Churchman if we can, and then we have to go to the vote. It's been discussed quite a long time.
Right, I love all three of you to bits. Hope you like the pun, Paul. However, having served under Richard on planning, Richard not only didn't take prisoners, he was also very fair, and it didn't matter which party he belonged to. He said and saw what he thought was right and correct. So he will get my vote, because I think he will stir everybody up. Make no mistake about that. He is a very independent person, and he has the strength of character to go carry it through. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We are going to go to a vote, believe it or not. It's been discussed quite at length. We've got three people. We've got Councillor Love, Councillor Lilley, and Councillor Hollis, who are nominated to be Chair of Corporate Scrutiny. I'm going to let our Chief Executive explain quickly before we go to the vote.
Thank you, Chairman. So, in accordance with the Constitution, this requires more than 50% of the council to vote for the successful candidate. So, if after the first vote we don't have a clear majority for one candidate, the candidate that comes third will drop out, and then we'll have a second vote between the two other candidates. So hopefully that helps the position. What we'll do is the chairman will call out members' names, and if you could call out the candidate who you support, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, councillors. We've got that. So if when I call your name, you will answer with the name of your choice for Chair of Corporate Scrutiny. I will call Councillor Abraham first. You need to give a name.
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Hollis. Councillor Axford.
Michael Lilley.
Councillor Bertie.
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Beston.
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Brading.
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Chapman.
Councillor Lilley, however, I shall be abstaining.
What? How can you do that?
Need a clarification on that, Councillor.
Yes, I can. Because in my view, I believe that the Vice Chairman of Scrutiny should be an opposition member. And I also believe that the Vice Chairman of Scrutiny at the moment should go forward to be
Any
chair.
clarification on your vote?
Is he abstaining?
Are you abstaining, or are you saying Councillor Lilley?
I'm abstaining.
Abstaining, okay, fine. Councillor Churchman.
Councillor Hollis.
Thank you. Councillor Hastings.
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Henry.
Councillor Love.
Councillor Hobart.
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Hollis. Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Kilpatrick.
Abstain.
Abstain. Councillor Mosdale,
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Nicholson,
Hollis.
Councillor Pease,
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Price,
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Quirk,
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Tyndall,
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Ward,
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Whittle,
Abstain.
Councillor Andre,
Councillor Michael Lilley.
Councillor Downer,
Councillor Lilley.
Councillor Fuller, Councillor Fuller,
Lilley.
thank you. Councillor Howe,
Councillor Lilley.
thank you. Councillor Medland,
Councillor Lilley.
Councillor P.C. Wilcox,
Much as I love the three, like Vanessa said, I'm going to have to go with Councillor Lilley for continuity of vice chair into chair.
thank you. Councillor Stevens, seconded Councillor Lilley, yep. Councillor Stevens, is on mute.
I seconded Councillor Love, so I will be voting for Councillor Love.
Okay. Councillor Evans, Jones Evans, Councillor
Love.
Jodie Jones Evans.
Love.
Love. Councillor Love, that's Love. Councillor Lilley would be Lilley.
You've got to let him
Do
vote.
you need to
just have
say?
to let him vote.
You need to vote. Councillor Love. Councillor Love.
Councillor Love.
Councillor Lilley. Sorry,
Councillor Lilley.
it needs to be heard by the officers. Councillor Brodie.
Councillor Love.
Councillor Barry.
Councillor Lilley.
Councillor Garrett.
Councillor Lilley.
Councillor Murwell.
Hey.
Councillor Murwell.
Councillor Lilley.
Lilley. Okay, Councillor Perks is not here. I'm voting for Councillor Hollis. Councillor Smart. Councillor Smart. If you unmute yourself. Lilley, thank you. And Councillor Stewart, finally, Councillor Stewart.
Yes,
nominated.
Councillor Hollis.
That's
Councillor
it.
Hollis.
Thank you. What we do, we'll add them all up. We have got 5 for Councillor Love, 12 for Councillor Lilley, 18 for Councillor Hollis. So in this case, Councillor Love will drop out. I will take another vote, which will be between Councillor Hollis and Councillor Lilley. So I'm sorry, councillors, we have to do it again, but this time with only 2 names on the list, Councillor Hollis or Councillor Lilley. I will start again with Councillor Abraham.
Councillor Hollis.
Thank you. Councillor Axford.
Michael Lilley.
Councillor Bertie.
Hollis.
Councillor Beston.
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Brady.
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Chapman.
Given my reasons, I abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. Councillor Churchman.
Councillor Hollis.
Okay. Councillor Hastings.
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Henry.
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Hobart.
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Kilpatrick.
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Mosdale.
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Nicholson.
Hollis.
Councillor Pease.
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Price.
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Quirk.
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Tyndall.
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Ward.
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Whittle.
Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Andre.
Councillor Michael Lilley.
Councillor Downer.
Councillor Lilley.
Councillor Fuller.
Councillor Lilley.
Councillor Howe.
Councillor Lilley.
Councillor Medlands.
Councillor Lilley.
Councillor PC Wilcox.
Councillor Lilley.
Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stevens.
Councillor Lilley, sorry about that.
Okay. Councillor Jones Evans.
Councillor Lilley.
Councillor Love.
Councillor Lilley.
Councillor Lilley.
Councillor Lilley.
Councillor Brodie.
Lilley.
Councillor Barry.
Councillor Lilley.
Councillor Garrett.
Councillor Lilley.
Councillor Murwell.
Councillor Lilley.
Councillor Perks is not in. I vote for Councillor Hollis. Councillor Smart.
Lilley.
And Councillor Stewart. Hollis. Thank you. Councillor Hollis. Thank you. We will count again. There you go, John. Take it, Dave. Thank you. Right, the results I have here is Councillor Lilley got 16 and Councillor Hollis has got 21 votes. So therefore, I declare Councillor Hollis as duly elected as Chairman of the Corporate Scrutiny Committee. Thank you very much. Thank you, councillors. I'm sorry it's been a bit lengthy. So what we'll do now, we will have a 10-minute break and then we come back for the motions. Have yourself a glass of water, whatever you need. And I'll see you in 10 minutes time. Thank you.
It's a long time, 10 minutes, Chairman, isn't it?
It is a long 10 minutes, I say.
A very long 10 minutes.
It's still not on. I don't know. 8 o'clock.
Right. Are we there, Simon?
8 o'clock, Chair.
8 o'clock. Thank you, Chairman. Right. Thank you, councillors. Thank you for your patience in our break. The staff do need it, and our officers who work so hard up here. So we will carry on. Item 10, which is motion submitted.
Members' reports.
Item 10. External, that's it. Sorry, my apologies. The paperwork's all over the place. External organisations and member annual reports. This has not been done for quite some time, but it is a requirement, as been pointed out by our monitoring officer, that as councillors do represent our council on these bodies and are on different committees, they do need to submit reports annually on their activities and the progress of the meetings. So there are still some reports outstanding, and we hope to get them in by the next meeting. So they are in the report, and I'll move this, and I'm looking for a seconder, please.
Chair, I'm happy to second the proposal.
Thank you.
As you know, I chair the Hampshire Police and Crime Panel, and my report is being prepared for that. But I know members who do a really good job on all these various meetings they go to. We just need to get our reports in so that the wider public appreciate all the good work we do. So I think we've, as you say, set the next meeting, and I'm very happy to support that, and we can all make our effort to let our community know the good work we do.
Thank you, Councillor. I think it's vital that the public needs to know what we're doing and the progress of our meetings. I did read through these reports that we have, and yeah, that's it. So we just note this one.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. So we're going to move on to item 9, and that is to approve the programme of ordinary council meetings for the ensuing year. Go on to that one. The leader said you will introduce this one, leader.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's been circulated to members. Obviously, the optimists amongst us hope we can make all the meetings, including the one post the 7th of May, which I see is on here. Yeah, these are the proposed meetings for full council for the remainder of the year. And I'm happy to propose that we progress with those now so that we can all plan to do our role as councillors right up to and beyond the next election.
Thank you very much. We do need to have a vote on this. Does any member wish to speak on this? I need a seconder first, but leader. Councillor Fuller,
yeah.
You seconded? Councillor Fuller, do you second? Yes? It's not a yes. Thank you.
Sorry, yes, Chairman, I'm happy to support that. Apologies for not submitting my reports for the committees that I'm a member of. They are being worked on at the moment, and they will be with you hopefully in the next 2 or 3 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. We are on item 9. The leader introduced the report for the listed dates, the dates for the next meetings for the council. Do we have a seconder for that, leader?
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you. Does any member wish to speak on this?
No. No.
We go straight to the vote on that.
Yeah.
Councillor Abraham?
I question why we need a vote, but yeah, I'm for.
Councillor Axford?
Agreed.
Councillor Bertie? Councillor Bertie?
Come on.
Councillor Beston?
Agreed.
Councillor Brady?
Yes, agreed.
Councillor Chapman,
Agreed.
Councillor Churchman,
4.
Councillor Hastings,
Agreed.
Councillor Henry,
4.
Councillor Hobart,
I agree.
Councillor Hollis,
4.
Councillor Hutchinson, Councillor Hutchinson,
4.
4. Councillor Kilpatrick,
4.
Councillor Mosdale,
4.
Councillor Nicholson,
Agreed.
Councillor Peace,
4.
Councillor Price,
4.
Councillor Quirk,
4.
Councillor Tyndall,
Agreed.
Councillor Ward,
Agreed.
Councillor Whittle,
4.
Councillor Andre,
4.
Councillor Downer,
4.
Councillor Fuller,
4.
Councillor Howe,
4.
Councillor Medland,
Agreed.
Councillor Laura P.C. Wilcox,
Report.
Councillor Stevens,
4.
Councillor Jones Evans,
4.
Councillor Love,
4.
Councillor Lilley,
4.
Councillor Brodie,
Support.
Councillor Barry,
4.
Councillor Garrett,
4.
Councillor Mirwell, Councillor Mirwell, support. Councillor Burke's not here. I support. Councillor Smart, support. And Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, support.
Thank you very much. That is
Chairman,
Councillor Bertie.
Councillor Bertie, 4. Sorry, I couldn't get my microphone on.
Councillor, you're 4. Okay, brilliant. And
Sorry,
Councillor Hutchinson, could you repeat? Yes.
4.
Okay. Any other clarification? That's it. That is unanimous, councillors. I'm sorry, we have to take that to the vote because it is our council dates, and it does get questions sometimes from time to time. We will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 10. Motion submitted. And the first one is a motion submitted by Councillor Lilley.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to make the proposal. I won't read out. Everyone's
Sure.
got it in their documents, the actual proposal. So I'll just speak to it. This is for the Isle of Wight Council to support the local electricity bill, which is currently going through Parliament. If the bill became law, it would be excellent news for local authorities, including Isle of Wight Council, that wish to set up their own energy companies to sell locally generated renewable energy to local people. As the setup and running costs involved would be proportionate and thus a fraction of what they are now. The revenues received could be ploughed back into things like energy efficiency schemes and other local services and facilities. This bill is sponsored by a group of cross-party MPs with parties supporting, including about 199 Conservative MPs. If you want to buy your electricity from local renewable sources, such as the local school or sports hall that have solar panels on their roofs, you cannot. We buy all our electricity from a utility company that sources it from anything connected to the national, be it a field of solar panels in Sharfleet, owned by a community-owned company such as Wight Community Energy. At present, simply solar energy produced goes onto the mainland and then comes back through the national grid. Putting it another way, a community with local renewable regeneration, such as Wight Community Energy, cannot sell the energy that generate directly to local people, but must sell it to a utility who sells it on to customers. This is happening because becoming a supplier of energy to customers involves setup and running costs of millions of pounds. These costs are due to things like having to grapple with the high complex grid balancing codes and network agreements that are controlled by the largest 6 utilities. The costs and complexity of being able to sell generated energy to local people need to be made proportionate to the size of the local energy cooperative or business operation. The local energy bill going through Parliament now lays out a mechanism that will do this. If made law, it will give electricity generators the right to become local suppliers, sell their energy directly to local people, and make it financially viable to do so. And particularly on the Isle of Wight, we could be self-sufficient from solar energy. Wight Community Energy has been an Isle of Wight Council's success story in that the council invested through a loan of 1.7 million in the establishment of Wight Community Energy, with island residents investing approximately 400,000 and additional. Wight Community Energy bought a solar farm in Sharfleet. Isle of Wight Council made 6% in its investment over a number of years, and in April 2020, Wight Community Energy, right in the middle of COVID, was able to refinance and paid back the council the 1.7 million in full. Through major investment with Power to Change, Core and Big Society Capital, Wight Community Energy has employed a project manager to develop it and currently has a number of development and feasibility studies to develop renewable energy projects on the island. Isle of Wight is the sunniest place in the UK, and solar energy could supply the whole island with energy. We could create a massive amount of jobs through it. We could be self-sufficient and export energy to the mainland. The technology is moving fast. In the next 2 years, we will have the ability to store the energy from solar and easily supply local households. This bill would be a game changer for the island. It fits with our UNESCO Biosphere Reserve status and our climate emergency strategy. We have direct experience through Wight Community Energy that renewable energy is a financially viable and sustainable investment in the Isle of Wight. I urge councillors to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you have a seconder?
Yes, Chair, it's Councillor Andre.
Andre, second that one. Thank you very much. Councillor Atchison, you would like to speak on this?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Setting aside Councillor Lilley's advert for the company with which he's involved, when I saw this motion, I wondered why we see it now at this time, and we have certain other pressing matters. To start with, I read the bill. It's very short, one sheet of A4, simply a placeholder put by a private member. It would require a great amount of work to get it to a form that Parliament could debate, but Parliament won't debate it. I'll explain in a moment. Secondly, I looked at the organisations seeking support for it, which Councillor Lilley mentions in his motion. Power for People is a company set up about 3 years ago by an activist, Mr. Steve Shaw, whose career has been seeking support for whatever causes fit his political philosophy. The company has one director and one shareholder, no prizes for guessing who. The company supports Extinction Rebellion and has as objectives the return of onshore wind and bringing back British rail. So why is this, I'm bringing back British rail, sorry. The company has specifically asked its supporters who might be members of other organisations to get their organisation to endorse this bill. In that sense, Councillor Lilley is acting as an agent in doing this, though I have no doubt that he himself has a similar view and is pleased to do so. So why is this external endorsement of the bill sought when the bill itself has no chance whatsoever of becoming law? It is of a type described by Hansard as a presentational bill. Almost no presentational bill ever makes it to statute. It is simply put before Parliament and lies there without debate. And that's no doubt why MPs are counted as supporters. Easy to support something that doesn't affect anything. Because the bill isn't going to deliver what Power for People would like, they're seeking to achieve support in other ways. If we were to approve this motion, then the council would be counted as a supporter of this irrelevant piece of parliamentary procedure, and quite possibly counted as a supporter of Power for People. I, for one, strongly object to the council being used to promote someone else's political objective. And in any event, even if in the unlikely situation of the proposals coming forward, it will not deliver what its proponents hope, because the economics just don't make any kind of sense. So I shall be voting against this motion. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. I've got Councillor Hollis next. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. I listened to what Councillor Lilley said, and I have to say that he almost contradicts his own arguments. Why should people in a small finance, producing a small amount of electricity, get the major setup cost subsidised by someone else? Actually, if you have solar panels, they're supposed to be so good, and in many respects they are. They pay for themselves anyway, so that's covered. And then they put back into the national grid, not some magic pipeline back to the mainland and then suddenly coming back here. I'm very, very suspicious about this whole motion, as Councillor Hutchinson has very amply demonstrated, and I couldn't support this at all. The last Conservative administration before this one, we were well ahead with our renewable energy. Unfortunately, we had the good sense to reject the 2 wind turbines that were proposed for the island, which incidentally were the finances were proved to be complete make-believe. Offshore wind is perhaps the way to go, but anyway, I seem to have been cut off. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Councillor. Yes.
That's good enough for me. So I wouldn't support this motion one iota.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Can I remind Councillor just to turn your microphone and your camera off to retain the quality of the meeting. On that note, I'm going to call in Councillor Fuller. You'd like to speak, Councillor?
Thank you very much. I'm in support of the motion. I think one of the things that we've seen with solar panels and white energy on the island is we've seen a net return of 6% every year on that investment. And I think that is good investment for the island and potential investment for local authorities. I think what we need to do as a council is to look at our opportunities to invest in areas, and I think this is the ideal opportunity to do that. I think we're looking at options here, and I'm sure that there are people that are capable within this council of seeing whether it's a dead duck or not. I think to open up the door for further investment opportunities, I think is a good thing. It's a positive thing, and I think as a biosphere island, it's something that we all should be getting behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fuller. Councillor Medland, you are next to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make a technical point, really, going back to my time as Deputy Executive for Sustainable Sustainability. One of the things I learned was that there's a major loss of energy through the national grid. We lose about 10% of our energy because it has to be moved around so much. It's lost in transit. So in terms of the climate crisis, it makes sense to localize electricity production and consumption. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Good. And the other, of course, the critical thing for the Isle of Wight is the single interconnector. The interconnector is already fully loaded with exports of Isle of Wight energy to the mainland. So at the moment, planning is refusing agreement to companies and individuals who want to establish more solar production, because we can't actually export any more solar power. We're already producing a great deal. The interconnector is full and it's incredibly expensive to provide another one. So this solution would be brilliant because it would allow the island to produce more solar energy, because we have the capacity to produce a great deal more solar energy and to consume it locally. So I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you, Councillor Midland. Oh, Councillor Axford, you are sharing your screen. Could you adjust it back, please? And then I'm going to ask Councillor Hastings to speak next.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay. On the face of it, when I first read this motion, I thought, well, this seems reasonable. Why shouldn't I support it? And I am a supporter of local energy generation. For instance, and so is the council for that matter, we're 3/4 of the way to completion of our energy from waste plant that actually has been held up somewhat by COVID-19 as everything else, but I'm pretty confident that springtime next year that will be completed and we will be producing local energy. I heard what Councillor Hutchinson said, and that was very eloquently put and very knowledgeably put. If I was an MP, and I know a lot of MPs are supporting this bill, a lot of Conservative MPs are, and I note, I believe, Jeremy Hunt is, and I'm quite a supporter of him. If I was, I might be tempted in Parliament to vote for the bill. But where I find it, and I like competition, I like to have some competition for the big six, that's great, and local energy is fantastic. However, I don't feel that I can support the motion, and I certainly don't know who is behind Power for the People, etc., or where they come into play. And I also feel, because this is more a parliamentary matter, and it is going through Parliament, I'm not sure where it becomes council business, and that's what we're supposed to be dealing with in full council in this, well, I'm going to say in this chamber, but we're not in the chamber, in this strange place we find ourselves. So yeah, whilst I could support the bill, maybe, I don't think I can feel that I can support the motion. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. That's very informative. Councillor Stevens, you're next to speak. Councillor Stevens.
Yes, I'm online now.
On your way. That's
myself back on completely.
right.
Yeah, I'm for this, but there should be a degree of how can I say, forward-looking, but also making sure that we dot all the I's and cross all the T's. We did start to look at this, and I believe that the model that we were looking at was to go into partnership with someone, and I haven't got all the details to hand, but I would say that looked to be a starter, because we need about between 12 and 14,000 homes to sign up and utilize energy, and that we would have started to make money. We also were looking at a community fund at the same time. Now that didn't go any farther. Possibly we could revisit that, but at the same time, whilst I'm all for this, Nottingham City Council have just incurred, I think it's about £24 million worth of debt. They've cut that from Robin Hood Energy. So there's a lot of things that need to be looked at. I'm up for this, but we need to start tentatively and not leave a stone unturned, because what I wouldn't like to see is that we start something up, and if we follow the Nottingham lead, we could end up with a huge deficit. What I would say is that other authorities around the country have done this, and gone into partnership with others and produced energy. We on the island quite rightly could, as has been said, could be producing our own sources of energy and utilising it locally. But as I said, there's a big question mark over what happened at Nottingham, and we should be looking at that. We should also look at the likes of Bristol and others that have actually carried on successfully producing this. But this initiative, we need to do something as an island. I'm all for protecting the biosphere, and I'm also protecting our environment. But we need to do something with regard to the amount of funding that is being cut back from central government. And we need to make sure that we've got a viable local authority here, supporting our island and giving our island people the benefit of what we can accrue on the island. What I would say is, and here's a point of caution, is that it won't be freebie energy. Something's got to pay for it, and to slash costs for a unit of energy.
Your 3 minutes is up.
Yeah. To cut the units used, I would say would be living in cloud cuckoo land. Thank you.
Thank you on that note. Councillor Garrett, you next, and you've got 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I was interested in the introduction that Councillor Hutchinson did in his argument against this motion. And first of all, yes, it is true that presentation bills rarely become law, but that's partly a function of the fact that so many are put forward. They are a means by which members of Parliament start to pursue issues of interest to the public at large. Having worked for a member of Parliament who successfully steered a private member's bill through Parliament in the 1990s, I know very much how the weight of support from local authorities for what became the Home Energy Conservation Act was really important in gaining momentum for an act like that. And so a motion like this is perfectly right for us as a local authority to consider and to support, because we will be adding our voices to those who may in the end decide to adopt this as official government policy or smile upon the mover of the bill and take it forward. Actually, there have been several bills in the last 30 years, which if members go online will find some very interesting bills indeed became acts through that procedure. Is it right that we consider it? Well, we have general duties of just to look at the economic and social well-being of our community. So it is absolutely right. There's nothing wrong with us considering this motion tonight. So those two issues I think are red herrings here. If members have trouble with the wording of the motion, in the past we have seen some really substantial amendments brought forward by our former colleague Councillor Whitehouse, for example. So to seek ways of sort of like wriggling out of not supporting the principle because something's wrong with the wording, I think members might feel that they would have been better going down the route of an amendment. Here we have an opportunity to be a forward-thinking council. We're often told we're a forward-thinking council by the leadership, discussed, and certainly this is absolutely in line with what this council has done, both in endorsing and welcoming our designation as a biosphere, but also in taking that major leap, which I see is recognised in the leader's annual report, of declaring a climate emergency. So I do believe this motion, for the very fact that it sets out an important principle, deserves our support tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Garrett. I'm going to bring in Councillor Andre as he seconded it, and then I'm going to bring back Councillor Lilley to sum up. Thank you. Councillor Andre.
Thank you, Chair. Some very good points have been made here, and I don't want to, I fully endorse, but I don't want to go over pretty much what has already been said. But suffice it to say that I believe we are well placed as a local authority to be at the forefront of this community energy revolution. It's perfectly in line with our corporate plan to work towards self-sustainability to service our own needs. With the increase of electric car ownership, especially on the island, we have a higher percentage than nationally of electric car ownership. Our ability to generate, not only generate our own energy supply, but to be able to sell this on locally would give us a real economic advantage. Everybody wins, apart from the big six, perhaps. It also completely supports our biosphere status, has already been mentioned, as by promoting the production of our own sustainable energy, we're evidencing that we understand the connection of our communities with the environment. As an authority, we have an opportunity here to show support, and that's what we're being asked for in this motion. It's very early stages, and what we're being asked is to support this government initiative, which will have a potential benefit, I believe, to all island residents, and that's why I ask you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Andre. The leader would like to come in before I'll bring back Councillor Lilley. Councillor Stewart, would you like to speak?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I have to say, Councillor Hutchinson, when he does the level of proper investigation that he does and then tells us, it always puts the hackles up on my back, because I think, why weren't we told this? Electric scooters coming to the Isle of Wight. P-Tech, which I know Councillor Lilley didn't support, on tidal energy, moving forward in their own way. Recycling, both Councillor Merwa and Councillor Hastings have put a lot of energy into the energy that's going to give us here on the island. These are sound, thought through, careful investments. When I hear words, I have to be honest, Extinction Rebellion, we're trying to be something to the national parliament when we're the Isle of Wight and we're in the COVID situation and we've got to look after our island. I start to think to myself, has this timed right? Are we actually doing the right thing? Is this the best way of using that money? People are telling us not to do expenses increases and council allowances, but then we want to do this, which has not been researched. I'm sorry, I just cannot support this, Councillor Lilley. I know you declared your interest in the company involved, that's fine, but actually this needs proper research, because if we make a commitment, as we have done with the recycling plant at Forest Road, there's an awful lot of officer time and effort that has had to go into making that the success that it will be, and that's taken several years. So personally, as leader, this is not the right time for this particular issue. I would say take it away and let's have a conversation. Why did you not even come and talk to us about it? The first we see is a 4 bullet point motion. We've got a cabinet member who's responsible for environment and regen. We've got officers who are going out of their way to look at the Isle of Wight, the biosphere. I suspect this is more about having an opportunity to speak at council than it is actually thinking this through. So I cannot support it. And thank you for your time, Jeff.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stewart. Councillor Lilley, would you like to sum up and then we go to the vote on this? Thank you very much.
Okay, well, it's attack Councillor Lilley tonight, isn't it? No,
that. Sorry, I don't
can
think that's a very nice comment. I've not attacked Councillor Lilley. This is not personal. I think that was a rude comment, and I'd ask him to withdraw that.
I withdraw that, and I apologise if I've upset you. Right? Okay.
If you can carry on summing up, and if
can I just say that I totally agree with you about having the time. It's very difficult within COVID, and with the commitment that I give to local causes to actually be able to do everything that you would like to see done properly. Sometimes it is amount of putting things forward. I do think it is the right time because, and it's very clearly said by government, that we actually do need to have a green-based recovery plan. And the reason I support this, and I don't disagree with some of the comments Councillor Hutchinson says within this, but this is in Parliament and it is being discussed. And we as authority, and a list of other authorities have supported this, it is important to raise this issue because local energy production, particularly from solar energy, is viable. You know, you have got back 1.7 million of an investment and got further investment into this. You've got projects that are looking at solar to actually put into, with Portsmouth University and other companies, to make into hydrogen. There is a whole industry that can be developed. One of the problems of expanding that is the national grid and the limitations very much put forward by Councillor Medland in actually putting that forward. If we had a local electricity bill through Parliament that became an act, we would be freed up to actually produce the kind of energy you want from your waste plant that could actually go into local houses and local residents. And we will also be in a position we could then export within that. So I think the evidence is there. I agree with Councillor Stewart that we probably do need to sort of research forward. But in the time of COVID, when we're faced with massive of unemployment on this island, actually supporting things that would free us up in our economy, which are clearly evidence of doing that, to do. And yes, I have an interest as a non-pecuniary interest in Wight Community Energy, because it is a good community-based organisation which you invested in, right, that actually has come forward, not like other investments like PTEC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lilley. Thank you very much, councillors. We haven't got a lot of time left for this meeting, and I would like to finish all the items on the agenda. So if we play nice, we can finish in time. So I'll do my bit, and I'm going to try and stop the clock while we go for the vote, and then start it again when we start the next motion. So if we go to the vote on councillors who agree with this motion, I will do it quickly. I will start with Councillor Abraham. Would you vote, please? So, against?
Against.
Councillor Oxford?
Against.
Councillor Bertie?
Against.
Councillor Beston?
Aye.
Abstain. Councillor Brading?
Absolutely against.
Councillor Chapman? On dear, Councillor. Yes, we come back to you. Councillor Churchman?
Against.
Councillor Hastings?
Against.
Councillor Henry?
Against.
Councillor Hobart?
Against.
Councillor Hollis?
Against.
Councillor Hutchinson?
Against.
Councillor Kilpatrick?
Against.
Councillor Mosdale?
Against.
Councillor Nicholson?
Abstain.
Councillor Pease?
Against.
Councillor Price?
Against.
Councillor Quirk?
Against.
Councillor Tyndall?
Against.
Councillor Ward?
Against.
Councillor Whittle?
Against.
Councillor Andre?
For.
Councillor Downer?
With a lot of research that's needed for.
Councillor Fuller?
For.
Councillor Howe?
For.
Councillor Medland?
For.
Councillor PC Wilcox?
Agree, more research. For.
Councillor Stevens?
For.
Councillor Jones-Evans?
We did declare a climate emergency, so I'm supporting this motion.
Councillor Love?
For.
Councillor Lilley?
For.
Councillor Brodie?
For.
Councillor Barry?
For.
Councillor Garrett?
For.
Councillor Mirwell?
Okay.
Councillor Perks? Oh dear. I'm against. Councillor Smart? Councillor Smart? Can't see her. She said yes. Okay. Four. Okay. Thank you, Shirley. Councillor Stewart?
Yeah, against.
Against. We're going back to Councillor Chapman. Could you,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yes?
Yeah.
You muted again. You muted straight away.
Yeah.
Okay. No,
Against.
Against. That's it. Against. Thank you. We'll just count that up.
Chairman,
Councillor Hollis.
counting as a point of order, could we not have these stupid comments? You're either for or against, you know, not commenting on what should be more researched or something else. That's not in
I agree, and they should be excluded because otherwise we would have an amendment to the motion. Isn't that the whole point of full council? You can't add a comment, otherwise you add an amendment to it.
Right. True. Those for 14, those against 22, and abstentions. There's 2 abstentions. With 22 majority, that falls. Motion falls. Councillors, thank you very much. We can start the clock. We are Councillor John Medland. You are next to put your motion across. And you have got 5 minutes to put that across. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to make a brief comment. I hope you've all read and understood the motion, and I just want to add a few things. I'm not an expert on this subject. I'm presenting the motion on behalf of one of my residents who acts as a local representative of Wave Trust. Wave Trust is a registered charity founded in 1996 to tackle the fact that levels of child abuse had not declined over 50 years. Wave's founder, George Hosking, realised that the problem was that the society was addressing the symptoms rather than the causes. Wave Trust therefore pursues research, training and awareness raising with an overall goal of childhood experiences, such as neglect or children witnessing domestic violence, down by 70% by 2030. That's their aim. In making this request of the Council, I'm fully mindful of the budgetary restraints of our NHS, Children's Services, public health and education budgets. Initially, I'm asking for the relevant parties to be aware and consider the offered approach, and I hope that Wave can assist with training and awareness. I'm grateful to the leader for one of his forwarded LGA posts, in which I found that on August 21st, Public Health England and the Department for Health and Social Care launched a well fund for voluntary and community organisations, leading partnerships to improve key indicators of positive infant development from conception to the age of 2. There will be 20 national pilot projects approved for 3 years. So I hope with Wave and others to complete a bid to introduce this funding, which would, if successful, start next year for 3 years with a budget between £200,000 and £510,000. Therefore, tonight I'm looking for your political support to better enable myself and others to potentially mobilise additional resources and finances to assist some of our most pressed services, potentially making the island a national pilot example of how to reduce child abuse in relatively deprived coastal areas of the UK. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Midland.
I look for a second.
Second. Second there, Councillor Lilley, second that. Councillor Brady, you've got an amendment?
If I may, I'd like to bring forward an amendment to this motion, and I'll explain why. But I believe you want to share the motion I've put forward up on the screen to allow members to read it first. Is that the way you want to play this?
Yeah, if you've got a motion, members are not aware of what you would like to amend.
Okay. Okay, that's not it.
Yeah, but I would like to give members a couple of minutes to read through this.
That's what's on the screen now, but it's not a load of words. Should I read it out? Would it be easier? That's not what I shared.
If you would, please, Councillor, yes.
Oh, that's better. That is my amended motion.
You read that.
That this council, through the oversight of the Cabinet Member for Children's Service, Education and Skills, and the Cabinet Member for Adult Social Care, Public Health and Housing Needs, continue developing their relationship with the Wave Trust and a 70-30 approach, recognising the value that is already adding to the council's existing activities to prioritise children's early years and give every child the best possible start in life. Council also supports the Commission and currently ongoing local pilot project. I'll explain after it's been seconded.
Thank you. Anybody second that one?
Quite happy to second that, Chairman.
I was going to second that, but it's fine.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Okay. We need to. We should speak on this. Anybody going to speak on this?
Shall I explain my motion first?
Please, Councillor Brady. Yeah.
The Wave Trust develops and pioneers research-based solutions to transform the futures of children, breaking cycles of disadvantage. Their main goal is to reduce the adverse childhood experiences of child abuse, neglect, and children witnessing domestic violence by at least 40% of the year 2030, hence the launch of their 70/30 campaign. Their aim is to continue supporting existing groups working towards making their communities trauma-informed and increase the number of groups across the UK. This success of such pilots is really built upon local grassroots campaigners who lead to transformation in their communities and are able to training and support to make an impact on the awareness and uptake of trauma-informed approaches within their areas. All that research they've done so far truly leads to this large-scale change can make by locals in their own community. The reason I brought the motion forward is that on the 16th of June, Councillor Mosdale and I, we had a virtual meeting with the newly appointed Isle of Wight Wave Trust Coordinator, Wave Trust Coordinator and Project Director from Hampshire, the West Wight Community Connector. Our meeting was chaired very well by Councillor Jill Kennett of Freshwater, who, as we all know, she's successfully ran their support campaign during COVID and is incredibly well respected in the area, as well as being a Deputy Lord Lieutenant. At that meeting, what we all agreed was to initiate planning for a 3-month trial period, and that, ironically, that is happening in Councillor Medland's own ward. So I'm surprised he doesn't know it's happening. It really does, surprise me. And indeed, there has been further meetings going on regarding how this pilot is going to look. There is a further meeting tomorrow night, which I believe Councillor Medland has been invited to discuss the funding they've managed to raise so far and discuss how the pilot is going to look going forward when it actually starts. And I'm very grateful to Councillor Jill Kennett for working with us to coordinate that and the strength of the local area of the West Wight, strength of the support group in the West Wight. She's the correct person to lead this. So the amendment really brought forward because we're actually doing it. Now, I'm really surprised Councillor Medland is not aware of that, but hopefully he now will be. But I do fully accept what he says. This is a serious issue, one we are working through, and I would hope that all councillors recognise the seriousness, the work that's currently going on, and give their full support to this very important motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brady. Councillor Stewart, you'd like to speak on it?
Yeah, Chair. Yes, I'm muting. Sorry about that. I was about to highlight to Councillor Medland the very point that we made with Councillor Lilley. If you go to the cabinet member and you find out what's already happening, you can save the council quite a lot of perhaps unnecessary resource allocation, because this is in your ward and it's already going on. I will credit you, Councillor Medland, because I see you've now seen the amendment and you're happy to accept it, and thank you very much for that. That is genuinely appreciated. But I think all I'd say to all members, and I appreciate, coming down the line, we got an election and things, please can you research the motion so that if we do look to approve something, and this is a good piece of work that's going on in that area, that we don't waste unnecessary resources, and we don't want to amend motions because we haven't done our homework. We should be able to do it. Good motions will always get through, I think. So I would have highlighted that. I thank Councillor Brady. There's just one point. I think he means foresight, not oversight, in his amendment, because it's a foresight that you had, just to double clarify. But overall, I think this is a good motion. I'm grateful to Councillor Medland for accepting it's already happening. And certainly as a local ward councillor, if he wants any engagement with the cabinet member, I think he should absolutely do that, because he's cited on what's going on. Thank you, Chair.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Stewart. Councillor Lilley, do you accept the second of the motion? Do you accept that Councillor Midland already accepted it?
Yes, I think it's a very good response from the cabinet member, and it's an acceptance of an issue. So yes, I do accept that.
Thank you very much. So with that amendment,
Chairman, if I may, as the Chief Executive, just to confirm for the members of the public looking in, Councillor Medland has accepted the amendment, and that has also been accepted by Councillor Lilley as the seconder.
Yeah.
So that now becomes the main motion.
Substantive motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for clarification. So we need to vote on it. Councillor Abraham, do you accept?
Yeah, accept.
Thank you. Councillor Axford?
Accept.
Councillor Bertie?
Accept.
Councillor Beston?
Accept.
Councillor Brading?
Accept.
Councillor Chapman?
Accept.
Councillor Churchman? Councillor Hastings?
Accept.
Councillor Henry?
Accept.
Councillor Hobart?
Accept.
Councillor Hollis?
For.
Agree. Yep. Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson?
Accept.
Councillor Mosdale?
Agreed.
Councillor Kilpatrick?
For.
Councillor Nicholson?
For.
Councillor Pease?
Accept.
Councillor Price?
For.
Councillor Quirk?
For.
Councillor Tyndall?
Accept.
Councillor Ward?
Agree.
Councillor Whittle?
For.
Councillor Andre?
For.
Councillor Downer?
For.
Councillor Howe?
For.
Councillor Medland? For. Councillor P.C. Wilcox?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
For.
Councillor Jones Evans? Councillor Jones Evans? Councillor Love?
For.
Councillor Lilley?
For.
Councillor Brodie?
For.
Councillor Barry?
Before I say anything, could we have a simple for or against by everybody?
That's what we're asking.
We got accept and then got no, yes, please,
That's
I
what
like
we're
this, I
asking.
don't like that.
Are
I'll
you
say
yes?
for.
Right. Thank you. Councillor Garrett?
For.
Councillor Mirabel?
For.
Councillor, I am for. Councillor Smart? Councillor Smart? Or Councillor Stewart? Councillor Fuller seems to think-
I'm for the amended motion.
Speak yet?
Councillor Fuller?
I'm very much for.
For. And Councillor Jones Evans? We didn't hear yours.
Sorry, Chair, for.
That's unanimous.
That's brilliant. Thank you.
That's agreed. Thank you very much. Thank you. That is carried without amendment. And now we've got a motion from Councillor Jones Evans. You have 5 minutes, please. Councillor Evans. Jones Evans.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and be as brief as I can. I didn't realise there were going to be many motions for this evening, so I do apologise for the members. They just bear with me briefly. And you probably think maybe this motion, which is just a single liner, this council puts the well-being of residents at the heart of placemaking in our towns and villages. Bit of what we do already and what we're already committed to. But I just think in this recovery phase we're in, and there was so much talk during lockdown of the new normal, I thought this sort of positivity was something to embrace and just to speak about briefly, if I may. So just a couple of definitions first. So well-being, according to the New Economics Foundation, well-being can be understood as how people feel and how they function, both on a personal and a social level, and how they evaluate their lives as a whole. Well-being is seen as so important that it's now included alongside health and economy in national measures, and this has been the case for the past 10 years. Placemaking is simply creating quality places that people want to live, work, play and learn in. Delivering well-being and placemaking are probably what most members of the council want to do, and yet sometimes what results falls below our expectations, sometimes due to planning, highways and financial issues. For instance, I had in Newport spent 7 years trying to get something as simple as a 20-mile-per-hour zone in place, which residents have told me they want and I know makes sense. Newport members urged for greater walking and cycling infrastructure be part of St Mary's Junction, which we felt was important. Too often our infrastructure projects are focused on the needs of the vehicle, but recent guidance has now placed pedestrians at the top of the hierarchy and vehicles at the bottom. Street design standards must discharge statutory duties and take into consideration national and local local high-level policies, including those addressed to the council, such as climate change, public health, air quality, and the public sector quality duty. We have got a great opportunity now to build back better, get our island deal, and involve our community in creating the island we want to live in. One of the lessons learnt during lockdown was that we can co-design solutions for the community, as is acknowledged in the Island Recovery Plan. As national government trusted local councils to respond to the pandemic, local councils also trust the community to co-create and deliver the immediate needs for the island community. When the chips were down, we pulled together, and we still are. It's 3 years since Shaping Newport Place Plan was begun, and we've been using what the 2,000 participants giving 15,000 responses told us about how they felt about Newport to bring about the change needed. Forging greater links between Newport Business Association, Newport and Carisbrooke Community Council and the Isle of Wight Council has led to breaking down barriers and also financial success, such as £1.4 million of investment for the High Street Historic Action Zone. Historic England said in their report that they were impressed with the community cohesion they sensed across the island on their visit in 2019. We have Shaping the Bay, Shaping Ryde and Shaping Cowes and Northwood Place Plan is out for consultation now. By using the place standards across the island, we can see the unique characteristics of the places and respond in the appropriate way. By working closely with our diverse community, listening and responding, we'll automatically understand what well-being means to them and use up-to-date guidance and practices. We can create places for prosperity. Even in dark times, we're always looking towards the light and imagining better times. So we should not be deterred from our vision of a happy, thriving and beautiful island. The very fact that the Island Recovery Plan is being watched over by the Health and Wellbeing Board shows the link between economy and health is being taken very seriously. I'm asking tonight that we reaffirm our commitment as a council, working together to create the environment for well-being for our residents.
Thank you, Councillor Jones-Evans. We haven't got a lot of time left. Do you have a seconder for that?
Yeah, I'm seconding it.
Okay,
I've
thank you very much,
asked for it.
Nicholson.
Yeah,
Councillor Stewart, you got an amendment to make, you say?
No. I sent in on the chat box. I want to second this.
Okay.
It's Julie's enthusiasm for Newport Place Plan that sold at 100% to Cowes and Northwood. Cowes and Northwood already have well-being at the core of its foundation. Why would anybody not want to support this simple one-sentence motion? So I think we should move straight to the vote. It's common sense.
So thank you, Chair. If I can introduce my amendment, which is only 2 words. After the word will is continue to. Because actually, as Councillor Julie Jones-Evans and indeed Councillor Nicholson have rightly pointed out, this is what we're already doing. So as you know, we have a comprehensive recovery plan supported by scrutiny and approved by the Cabinet. We have a specific responsibility of health and wellbeing under the wing of the Health and Wellbeing Board, which will oversee delivery of recovery and our outbreak management plan. Cabinet on the Road, where we directly engage with our local community to share and better understand their views on placemaking in their local areas. Engagement with Ryde Town Council, Councillor Lilley will know of this, on placemaking for Ryde. And of course, most recently, the engagement I've actually had with Councillor Jones-Evans herself and Councillor Matt Price on placemaking in Newport. So the words continue to, I'm very happy then to support this motion, but we're already doing it. And once again, I would say to members, engage with your Cabinet members or with me because this is good work already happening. Sorry, somebody interrupted me then, Chair. I don't know who that was.
Sorry, you need a second.
I need a seconder for your amendment, the councillors.
Yes, thank you.
Seconded.
Councillors
Was seconded, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Jones, are you happy with this amendment?
I'm happy to take that. My closing comment, I said reaffirm our commitment. So that's the same thing. I'm happy.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Nicholson?
Though,
Yeah, I'm happy.
Who said shut up, Julie, please? Because I clearly.
I didn't do that. Sorry, we are going to run out of time if we don't vote now.
Who said shut up, Julie, please? Who's going to confess to that?
I didn't hear that. Did you hear it? Sorry,
No,
we've got to move on.
I missed that.
We have to move on. Councillor Brodie, you would like to speak? Councillor Brodie? I can't.
Carry on.
No.
Somebody mute you.
We have to go
Right.
through the vote.
I'm sorry about this, but I'm sorry I can't support this motion now the way it's been amended. Julie's was a very straightforward motion that I thought everybody would support. But frankly, in my experience, continue to is a load of rubbish when it comes to Newport.
But we're already doing it.
The number of times that they have asked us to give them a pedestrian order that we paid for, that Julie keeps giving them, but they never ever remember where it is. The number of times we've talked about a cycling strategy, the number of times we've talked about residents' demands for 20 miles per hour. It's an insult to residents in Newport and Carisbrooke to say that you're continuing to do something that you're blatantly not doing. I will oppose this motion. It's a load of rubbish, and it's actually 9 o'clock now, and we should finish this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. It is 9 o'clock. We are too late to vote on this motion. Thank you very much. I have to close this meeting. We cannot carry on anymore. So we close the meeting on this note. I'm sorry, I apologize for not voting on it or being able to do it, but that's our constitution. And I will say good night to everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night.
It's a bit abrupt.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, all.